Hello, everyone. This is going to be a live show. Now, I'm not sure how this is going to go because the way I set things up, I don't even know what I'm doing. So hopefully you can hear me and let me know in the comments box if you can hear me. So I'm just going to wait for a little bit until I see people joining the live stream. Okay, looks like we have same old G. Fantastic. And he says loud and clear. Oh, well, this is fantastic because I was really worried that I wasn't able going to get this working the first time. Awesome. So this episode is going to be very exciting because I really want to give, everyone an opportunity to call in and share your experiences, because lately, with my videos, it's just been me talking about myself. So it's going to be very interesting to hear what people say. So far we have Miss Simoi saying hi. How you doing? Nice to see you. We also have Farai Marima from the UK. Awesome. That is really awesome. Awesome. It looks like people are joining in. So before I talk about my story that inspired me to actually have this live show, I'll just let a few more people join in. And also, guys, please do me a favor and share this live stream to as many people as you can, so that at least I won't be repeating myself when I go on the show. All right, so we also have Cynthia and Lovi here from South Africa. Awesome. Level Up Tennis. Wow, Level Up Tennis. That's awesome because I'm a fan of tennis as well, so that's really cool. We also have Andrew Nyanete watching from Canada. Awesome. Who else is new here? Jonathan, great to see you. Wilmore watching from Glendale. I love that. That is awesome. Okay, Miss Simoi from Zimbabwe. Awesome. All right. So what really inspired me to go live today, sometimes when you think you're doing something right and you're convinced you're doing something right, but you're actually messing up. And the only person that can see it is someone from the outside. And that is what happened yesterday. Because, in all my videos, sometimes I talk about my mistakes in business. Now, the mistakes are not even a problem because I've made so many mistakes in business. And for me, mistakes are a path to success. But for this to really work, you need a mentor, right? And that is someone who has walked the path that you're trying to go through that will just help you make the journey much, much easier. Okay, because otherwise I'll be trying everything from scratch myself and then realizing down the line that I've made a huge mistake. But if you have a mentor, it makes things easier now because, the mentor can just say, look, like for example, in farming, don't go for roadrunners, for example, start with broilers. That will save you a lot of time. It's just an example, by the way. So mentors are very, very important. Now, in my case, it was more passion. At the same time, it was filled with emotions because I really wanted to, start my retirement program and get it up and running. So all I did was just use YouTube and watch a lot of videos. But, YouTube is very good. But when it comes to actually doing things on the ground, it is totally different. So that's why things really got exciting with me. But I don't regret anything. It's part of life. Sometimes, you make mistakes and you bounce back. But like I said, what happened yesterday, I don't think I should mention his name. Not because it's private or anything, but out of respect, because maybe he doesn't want to be known. He's just someone who wants to help. So anyway, this young gentleman got in touch with me yesterday, and he said, Nkoma, can I talk to you? And, my number is in public, so I just thought, what, it's all good. Let me just take the call. Because usually when someone requests to talk to me, ignoring that call or ignoring text messages to me, it doesn't sit very well with me because it could be something that I could help the person with that could be life-changing to that person. And if I ignore it, it doesn't sit very well with me. So I made the call yesterday. And to my surprise, wow, he said to me, look, Koma, what you're trying to do here, I've walked that path and I was watching you. And at first I laughed because I was just saying, this is going to fail. And this was on my first episode I did with Wadamaya. And then he went on to say, look, I've done all those things you're trying to do. And I've also lost a lot of money. So there's a new path you need to take. So I'm listening and I'm thinking, whoa, new path? Like, this is not what I'm supposed to be doing. So anyway, we went on to have a very long conversation. But in all of that, he gave me some advice, which I hadn't even thought about. And me thinking about it right now, it's like a no-brainer. Like, why didn't I even think of that? So I am going to implement what he advised me to do. And he's been very kind enough to say, look, once you start getting the ball rolling, get in touch with me and, and I can help you out. I really appreciate that. So the reason why I say this episode is inspired by that is because there are some of you who have a lot of experience, but you don't have the voice. But you really want to help people, but you don't have the voice. So I want to give everyone an opportunity to, call in, give us your experiences, where you've messed up and where you fixed. Because sometimes it's easy to say to people, yeah, this is wrong, you're too emotional. Okay, how about you're doing wrong, here's what you need to do. Because I work on a principle that every problem has a solution, but sometimes we don't like the solutions, because they're tough or they're very expensive, whatever it is. So I love solutions. That is why sometimes I'm a bit aggressive when someone just comes and says, you're ill-informed, or you don't know what you're talking about, or, you're dumb, How about, give context to your argument. I'm not here to claim to be so knowledgeable about anything for that matter. There's a vast amount of knowledge out there. I'm just sharing what I know. So it would be nice if we can help each other. And even in these conversations, respect is very important. I mean, I don't like this channel to be one of those channels where we bring each other down or make each other feel like, we're not even worthy, It's not even worth it. This is not the channel for that. You want that, you go on Twitter and do that. Here is a channel to help each other because, I've been suffering in silence for a very long time in terms of wanting to achieve certain things. And because I've made those mistakes, there's also some people that came to my life and gave me some advice and said, hey, you need to do this. And it helped. And this is the point of this. Anyways, enough about that. Let's take a look here. Auntie Jackie's diary says hello. Tell us what he said. We are here struggling with relocation. Okay, cool. I don't want to sound like, it's a super secret. Basically, he, Fashion Roadman says, just popping in here quickly to say, keep up the great content. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And by the way, guys, these messages you're sending me, even via WhatsApp and stuff, they're really good. And even in the comments box, it helps me. It gives me that energy to continue creating this content because sometimes, trust me, there are days, for those of you that have tried YouTube, trust me, there are days where you feel like, I'm just done with this YouTube stuff. Even if you go on my channel, you'll notice that there's a time where I stopped posting videos. That is because, it can be overwhelming sometimes. Okay, so what I'm going to do today, like I said, by the way, before I forget, I've been working on Ruwa Organic. Excuse me for the graphics right now because they're not really in place, but it is basically working. So if you want a community, right, here's the community. In fact, it's actually working right now. Go to ruwaorganic.com and you can join this community. You can see here, Archie here posted something 11 hours ago. So we want this to be a community where, we can discuss things, share ideas and so on, because sometimes on YouTube, things get buried and, you can't find stuff. So this, I think, is a much better, situation where we can actually share ideas. And I've actually created some some groups here. So if you are into farming, you can just go into farming into the farming group, or into the entrepreneurship, or even general discussions. Okay, so you can just go there. Well, after you've signed up, you give yourself a title, and then you can write something here, and hopefully this is going to be active and very fun. Now I know this is like 6 months ago, because when I created this, to be honest, I got busy, and then I did not end up, doing a lot of work on this. So the email system was not working, but now it is working. Okay, so I just thought I will make that announcement. It's ruwaorganic.com, and just go ahead and create an account. It is absolutely free. Okay, just click on become a member, and then that will take you into the registration process. And then next time you come over here, you can just click on login. Right, the next thing, before I forget, while I'm actually here, I want to create a podcast. Okay, now this podcast is very important, because I want you guys to help me with this. If you know someone who's willing to come here, talk about a particular subject, be it farming, or just anything that is useful, that can help help the community, help each other out, that will be really appreciated. So this is just the page. They can join the podcast as a guest, so they can just enter their first name, email address, their WhatsApp number. If I click on this drop down here, it will show all the countries. So if you're in the UK, you just click on the UK and then add the number. If it's Zimbabwe, you go all the way down here. There is Zimbabwe there, enter the phone number. If they have a website, they can just enter their website here. A brief bio. The bio will be great, because sometimes I'll just like to roughly know what the person does, just to prepare myself for the show. Suggested topics, again, if there's any suggested topics, that's cool. I'm open to that, and some social media links, and then we can arrange a time, and then we can get the show rolling, because I want to open this to a lot of people to come in and share their experience. Trust me, there's people out there here, even in the diaspora. There's people in Zimbabwe, everywhere, that have experience, but they don't have the voice, or the platform to speak out, or rather, sometimes they don't even want to speak out. I'll give you a very good example. There's also a gentleman that got in touch with me when he saw my video about the borehole, where I spent close to 3,000, and I did not even get the water at the farm. And he just contacted me and said, listen, I don't usually comment on videos. I just watch them, and pretty much that's it. But something just made me want to contact you and give you some advice regarding the balls. And he gave me a lot of information, a lot of advice. He even went to the farm and he did his survey. So right now I'm just saving up some money. As soon as I get enough money, we're going to have a go at it again, because this time he used two different methods. He didn't just use the normal electric magnetic thing, whatever, they used, but he also used the old school way, using the wires, because he said to me, those two have to be done at the same time, because sometimes that machine is not very accurate. So yeah, and this is someone who's willing to help. And trust me, once this water situation works out, it's going to be very exciting. So these are people that are just quiet. They know information, but because I've put myself out there, they've decided to want to come and help me. So this is what I'm trying to do here. Perhaps someone here in the UK has a different way of doing things, and the community may pick up one or two things that could help them, and also help me too. So that's why I want to have some guests on this new podcast. Okay, what else do we have here? Wow, there's a lot of people now watching. Oh my goodness. Good luck. Check you from Zambia. That's awesome. TK says, hi, keep doing well, my brother. Awesome. I love that. Thank you so much. Diamond Subway, yes, says, what's your name? Okay, my name is Augustine. That's my name. Tendai, I wish you had put a reminder before starting the show. Just joined after 9 minutes. No, you haven't missed a lot, to be honest. These were just quick announcements. There isn't really anything that you've missed, but I'm sure it's going to be very exciting once I open up the calls for people to call in. Andrew says your greatest strength is you're able to confront the truth. You recently came out and admitted that you're making business decisions based on emotions. It takes a big man to admit that. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think I agree to a point, but you see, when you are real with what is going on, that's how you get help. Because sometimes we get depressed and we get sleepless nights because we try to deal with our problems ourselves, and in most cases, these problems are just boiling inside. So I just said to myself, you know what? If I don't come out there and just face the reality, how am I going to get help? Like, for example, if I didn't talk about the situation with the borehole, how would anyone want to help me? If I didn't put my videos about how I failed with the farming thing, how would anyone want to help me? So sometimes we just have to be strong enough to admit that, hey, you know what? I need help here, and that'll be the way forward. Again, today earlier on, I had a young lady get in touch with me as well. She wanted some advice on a few things, and hopefully that has helped. And this is what this is about. Ruwa Organic. I know it started off like as a farm, but it's become a community. It is amazing. It is amazing. Okay. Let's see here. The comments are coming in so fast, and I just want to make sure that I don't miss anything. Okay. Great. Okay. All right. I think I've spoken about Ruwa Organic. So here's the thing now. Here's the number. If you have some sort of contribution or you want to talk about something, there's the number. Just contact me, WhatsApp, give me a ring, and let's see if this is going to work. And please, let's just give this a limit of, let's say, about 5, maximum 10 minutes, depending on how people are communicating. Okay? All right, so I'm going to wait for some calls and then see how it goes. Okay, there's a question here. Says, hi Ruwa, do you have a recording with Wadamaya about your farm? Yes, but it's on his channel. It's on his channel. So you'd have to go to Wadamaya's channel. And that video was crazy because okay. I'm just checking to make sure that my phone is on and that I'm not missing any calls. Okay, so let's wait and see if anyone calls. Okay, Wadamaya. Yes, his video. Oops, let me open the window. It's getting warm in here. Right, the Wadamaya video is on his channel. So you have to go and check it out there. But hey, I'm sure you can agree that video, I was so fired up, and I was just so happy in a way to meet him, because sometimes when you meet someone you've been watching for a long time, you feel like you already know them. That's how I felt when I met him. And he's a very humble guy. And to be fair, he opened up my eyes a lot about Africa itself, because sometimes, we are stuck in these echo chambers where it's just full of negative energy and just badness, But when you start to approach life with a different angle, you start seeing, other things. For example, there's two types of people. This is one, I think I came across it. There's always going to be problems. So there's people that will focus on the problems. They won't give you any solutions. They'll just talk about the problems over and over and over and over again, to a point where you get a headache. You see, I try to move away from that way of looking at things. I like to acknowledge the problem and then start working on the solution. Because at least then you're doing something about it. There's no point in talking about problems all the time. Where's the solution? Well, no solution. You will spend 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years talking about the same problem, but with no solutions. So that, to me, I try to move away from that. And that is sometimes how, I wouldn't say we should, but I don't want to appear like I'm telling people what to do, but that's what I look at. A quick example is, when I moved to Zimbabwe, I was very frustrated with electricity, because in my area where I live, in my house, the electricity doesn't usually go. So I'm now working on my videos, I'm editing, and then boom, the house just goes dark. And I was like, oh my goodness, what am I going to do now? The project was due, the client already paid, and I'm stressing now, thinking, oh, this electricity. So for a moment, I was going to say, Zesa this, Zesa that, Zesa this. Then I said to myself, nope, there's nothing I can do about Zesa, no matter how much I complain and shout and even shade on social media. I need to make a plan. And then I decided to get a solar system installed. Yeah, it took me a couple of months, but I will never talk about electricity again. Now that's me talking about working on what? On solutions. Okay. Wow. Has anyone seen the phone number? Did I put the wrong phone number on there? No one has called. Come on, guys. Are you scared of calling? No, you can call even just to say hi or even share an experience. It's all cool. There's nothing. Hang on. I think you should put the WhatsApp number at the bottom of the screen. Okay, that's a good idea. But for now, let's put it back there. And let's see. I'm taking a look at the questions here. What's... Journey to Roots says, what's up, my brother? We should meet this month. Yeah. I'm open to meeting up. It's really cool. I'm very happy with that. Okay, in the meantime, pin the number at the top of the chat. Okay, that's a very good idea. Okay, so continue posting your comments while I fix that issue. How do I fix that? Okay. Let's sort out the text. Can I do this live? Oh, yes, I can. Okay, so let me just add this number quickly. Plus 263 77641. There we go. Excellent. So that's the number there. Yes. All right. The number is now pinned. Mr. Poultry and family, how you doing? We also have Ricardo here saying, I know you from Divi and I learnt a lot from that. Been following from here. My happiness when I knew you were Zimbabwean. Awesome. How could you not know I'm Zimbabwean? Come on, Ricardo. And anyway, regarding Divi, sometimes I'm surprised that there's actually a lot of people that have watched my Divi videos. So that's really cool because that's the first sort of YouTube channel that I started. I actually worked with the company as well as a content creator there for a couple of years. I mean, it was really awesome. So yes, Ricardo, are you still using Divi? Let me know, because if you're not using Divi, I want to say there's Divi 5 coming out and it's going to have amazing features. Okay, Poultry and family. I'm good. How are you, my friend? Yes, I'm doing great. I'm fantastic. How long did you stay in Zimbabwe? Were you still there or back in the UK? I'm back in the UK now. I was in Zimbabwe for about 2 years. So, is that a message? Okay, that's a message. Let me just check something here. Okay, the question is, how long was I in Zimbabwe? Okay, so the first time I was there for about a year, and then took a break because I had to come back to the UK after I met Wademaya. And that's when, while I was in the UK for, I think it was about 3 months, that's when all the roadrunners disappeared, all 1,200 of them. And then I went back again for close to 2 years, and then now I'm back to the UK. And I'm only here for about maybe 2-3 months, and then I'm going back again. All right, so let's see. All right, there's a call coming through. Let's see if this is going to work.
Hello.
Hello?
It's Mr. Ruwa, Organic.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I've just seen you live. Just want to say well done. Really, you've done a good job there in Zim. I'm based in the UK.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, hold on one second. Hold on one second. I just want to ask the audience if they can hear you, because I'm not sure if I set this up correctly. Guys, yeah, in the comments, can you let me know if you can hear both of us speaking? Please let me know in the comments box. Ah, awesome. Okay, it looks like everything is working. Okay, you were saying you are based in the UK?
I'm based in the UK, and I've been following you and everything you've done, your journey. We're more or less similar in terms of being here, coming to the UK. We came more or less the same time. Yeah. So, yeah, and I've just been following your journey. I was actually there home for Christmas after a very long time. And everything you're saying, I agree. I agree with it. And really, it's not easy. And the journey you've done, you've really done a great job. Really.
Yeah, I'm trying my best. You know how it is when we came way back, even in 2001. Even then, things were so tough. And, oh my goodness, I can't believe we're here today.
We've been honest with you. 2 weeks I've had enough. Being honest, let's be honest with the situation on the ground. And I want to take my hat off to you, because you're one of the only people who've been honest about the situation. Sometimes you see what's happening on social media, or people say this and that, but one has to really be on the ground to see the truth. And yes, there are opportunities if you try and sort yourself out, but really, it's not easy. It's not easy.
No, I agree. Because what was funny about my situation was I had a spreadsheet, and I was calculating everything. When I get there, I'm going to do this, do that, do this, do that.
Yeah.
But when you get on the ground, oh my goodness, it is crazy. The first times, I would say the first 3 months, when things used to go wrong, I used to be so mad.
Yes.
And then someone said to me, listen, you need to calm down, I used to get anxiety sometimes getting a call from the farm workers, because I was like, okay, what is it this time? What has happened now? But I just learned to to sometimes just laugh it off, and then just go back to the drawing board and try to make things work. But what I don't understand is, the people who are making it, how are they doing it in this environment? If it's so hard like this, how are they doing it? That's the secret sauce I'd like to know.
Yes, it's true. We know the answer, isn't it? We know the answer. When you're on the ground, you know the answer. Because like me, I have that idea. I said, okay, people are saying this and that. Ruwa is saying this is trying. Let me go and see for myself. I also had plans to say when I go there on the ground, I'll go into farming, because I'm also coming from like a farming background, commercial farming background. So I know how things are, but it's really changed, and the way you do things is totally different. And trying to get your inputs and all that, it's just too much.
Now,
the money, it's expensive. Some things are expensive, and like you always say, you get people like tokonokita basaracho, and all this, and then they're really not qualified, or the type of work they do, the quality is very poor.
And
and it's
Yes, and you know the crazy thing is, no one will
Yes.
say I can't do the job. This is the crazy part. And they're so convincing to a point where you'll just say, you know
Yes.
what? You might as well do it. That is how crazy it
True.
is.
It's true.
Oh my goodness.
It's true.
So what were you trying
Or
to
if
do?
you ask somebody, if you ask somebody like, okay, I want to do this, do you know? And they're like, oh, I can do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, things like that. And it just kind of put me off because I was like on a kind of scouting mission. You know, when you
Mm-hmm.
initially go and you just scouting to see what can I do and get the ideas, but I had to kind of like recalibrate my thinking.
So you're just like me now.
I was like, I'll go and see, and I'm thinking of Dablakuzoka.
Right.
Dablakuzoka. You know how it is like, and us people who've been away, like UK, we have people like you said, we settled here, but at the end of the day, home is home.
Yes.
Especially as Zimbabweans, we love our country no matter what. We love our country and we're willing to do things for the country. But when you go there and you see things on the ground, it really, puts us down. People there at home, they need to know we love our country. We want to do things. But when you go there on the ground, even the driving, just simple the driving. Just the driving.
I'll tell I'll tell you a quick story. So when Wadumaya came, we went to Inyanga. Yes. So on the way back, it was getting dark. I've a lot of experience driving. I think more than 18 years driving, right? I was so scared driving because the flashlights on the highway and the people driving so close to you, it is so scary. I mean, I would never do that again. And I can understand why when accidents happen, they're so fatal. It is so scary. The driving, no one even cares. And even even in the city center, if you are, let's say, passing through town very early in the morning, you'll find someone on a T junction. They want to come and just pile up there, and then everyone just gets stuck. No one wants to give each other way.
I'm telling you. But the development is there. There's development. We thank people. We can see the development, but I think more needs to be done and just make it, fertile ground for people in the diaspora to do something,
No, I agree.
It's crazy.
I agree. I think
that I take off my hat. 3 years, you really, really tried. You gave it everything. Everything. No matter what people say, you gave it everything. You really did. I know people who've lost, like you said, I've seen the money. I've seen people losing like $250,000.
Wow.
$250,000. I'm telling you, money just going. So it's not just you. People are not being vocal about it, but people have lost money, really.
Wow.
Trying, and they've gone back. So it's not just you. It's not just like you having an issue. It's something that's there.
Oh my goodness.
Something that's really there, and people are losing money. People are losing money, really. And being duped, and it's crazy. It's crazy.
But you know what? I think if we get this secret formula of getting things working in Zimbabwe, I think it's the diaspora crew. I may be biased. I think the diaspora people, because we really want to be there on the ground and you want things to work. I think we are going to be the ones who are going to be taking this very serious, because on the ground, like we said earlier on, the guys are not even serious. When it comes to even working, I mean, So I think we have to come with a change and just work out something to make it work. But again, having said that, the opportunities are there, and I'll always say this: we don't even have to. Even the young man I was speaking to yesterday, he was saying there is a shortage of everything, and it's not the first person that has told me this. There is a shortage of chicken. There's a shortage of beef. There's a shortage of milk. Everything shortages. So isn't that an opportunity for us? You know, that's what I ask myself. Maybe I'm too emotional. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. But I see those as opportunities. And us being now.
No, the opportunities are there. Opportunities are there, but we just have to put our house, Zimbabwe, we just have to put it in order. You know, as a people, we have to say something has to give, and we need to put our house in order. And, you know, be for the people and just put things in order. Because regardless of whatever, if it's either us, black people, white people, coloreds, Indians, everybody in the diaspora is thinking of Zimbabwe and doing something. As you, just a witness, we are all thinking about it. Like, guys, let's do something. But it's a problem.
Yeah,
I think I don't know.
You know, it's a big problem. Hopefully, we're going to get a few people here who can give us some answers. You know, I'll be curious to hear what some people who are successful that have done it. You know, yesterday I spoke to a young man. You know, you know, I think he was, you know, sent from God, because what he said to me yesterday regarding, you know, what I need to do, things that are less productive, which are even easier to steal. I'll give you a quick example. You know, I'm worried about chickens, right? Chickens can be, what happened here? Chickens can be scammed quickly, easily. But you know, if you put cabbages, you can at least rest for 2 months without worrying that anyone is stealing them. And then come in month 3. That's a simple move. You see what I mean? Whereas chickens, you know, you're with them, and as soon as you get to week 4, week 5, problem starts happening. And for that to work, you need to have even more setup, more systems in place. So what he advised me yesterday was that information was gold. I know it sounds like it's very basic, but for me, it makes a lot of sense. Right.
I mean, I just wanted to say well done as a brother, understanding your position and where you are. Well done. Don't give up. Yeah, sometimes I think maybe just need to come back and just have an eagle eye view of what's going on, Dara, and then say. But we just thank you and we stand firm with you and just let you know that you're not the only person. And well done, and continue what you're doing.
No.
Continue.
You know what? Everyone here, even including yourself, continue watching the videos. Continue, you know, supporting me as well. You know, if I win, we all win, because at least you'll see that. You know what? This thing has worked now, and then you know it's a win-win for all of us. Anyway, listen, my brother. Thank you very much for calling in. Now you're making this whole thing very exciting. Look at this, and I can see some laughing emojis. Awesome. Thank you very much for calling. Hopefully someone else will call very soon.
And the final last thing that hit me hard, really. You know, when you are aware and people say it, Nyama gets that. Nyama gets. But anyway.
No, you know what?
Our country's gonna be.
No. You know, on that one. You know, on that one, maybe you missed what I mentioned earlier on. Nyama gets it. If you don't want your blood pressure to go up, just try and save a bit of money. Get yourself a solar system.
But Murod, Murod.
No. That one we can't fix.
You know, but thank you for being honest and letting people know the truth.
Awesome. You know? No, I appreciate it.
Thank you for being honest. Okay.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Okay. God bless you. Bye-bye.
And you. Bye-bye. Wow, that was lovely. Oh my goodness, this is working. This is fun. Okay, let's see. Who else tried to call? Can I call back? Hi, I'm UK, but Bromley, can we? Okay, this is awesome. Okay, this wasn't a call. I'm trying to see who tried to call. I'm not so good at this, you know. Anyway, you know what, guys? Okay, try and call. Okay, I've got someone who tried to call here. Let me try and ring back. Let's see if this works. Right, let's see. Kevin. Kevin Briot is also watching this. This is awesome. Right, let me try and read the comments here.
Hello, Ruwa.
Hello.
Yes, how are you, Mama?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. My name is Heath and I'm based in Mozambique.
Oh, based in Mozambique.
And I've been following your program massively. Yes.
Oh, really?
And I've been following your program massively, man, from day one.
Awesome. So yes, talk to me.
So one thing that I learned is one must start very early. Like myself, I'm a young man. I'm only 40.
Okay.
And I've seen that, look, if I'm going to wait up to 60 or up to 50, then I'm going to make lots of mistakes. But now there'll be pressure on my side.
Right.
So you know what? I have decided to start early. Okay. When I mean start early, it means maybe starting small. Okay? I have a 10 by 10 square piece of land.
Okay.
And you know what? Some things, we take them for granted. But first of all, learn to grow vegetables on a very small scale. Learn to grow tomatoes on a very small scale. Do not take it for granted that one day I'll have a 100-hectare farm. Never do that. Always start very small. And myself, I started with 50 chickens. When you started your chickens there, I just said, let me try 50 broilers. And I'm 40. I've never grown broilers before. I've never done broilers before. Out of curiosity, one day, I went to my office and said, oh, look, I'm going to buy 50 broilers. I just want to see what happens. So, you know what? It has been an experience, and I've done some wonders with them. And then I discovered maybe it's a formula for me, maybe. But you know what? Never, ever start a business when you're about to retire. Never, ever start a business when you're desperate. Never, ever start a business when you have no other source of income, especially for young men. Yeah.
Wow.
So I was like, well, if this guy is doing all these mistakes at his age, what moves me? Let me try something. And I've discovered that, you know what, maybe starting early is the formula. Maybe starting early is the formula. That was my case.
You know what?
So,
I'm smiling right now, and I'm smiling inside because what you're saying makes a lot of sense. When you try to do business, when you're desperate, you are emotional. You don't see even basic things. Do you see what I mean?
That's very true.
And when you want
a business and you want the returns to pay rent, and you want the returns to pay school fees, and you want the returns, man, that's business. It doesn't give you anything at all. Believe me. Baba,
exactly. Can you imagine? You say, because what will happen is you'll say, okay, 1,000 broilers. If I sell this at $6 each, this is 6,000. I'm going to pay school fees. Things won't work out that way. Because
things don't work that way.
Yes. I mean, you're absolutely right.
And also the second lesson that I learned is that money or profit is always made on a spreadsheet. Man, I'm an accountant. I'm very good at Excel.
Okay.
And on Excel, you never make a loss. On Excel, you never make a loss.
That is so funny.
Okay.
You know why I'm laughing? Because I made those profits on the spreadsheet as well with the road runners.
So on Excel, if you make a loss on Excel, then surely you must be, I don't know, let's leave that. But my point is, look here, organic. My point is not try to start early for the young listeners or for the people who still have an opportunity to wait.
Yes.
Try to make it early when you do not want to use the returns from that business.
Right.
Like, I started with 50 chickens. I went to 100. I went to 200. It was just for funny. It was just for funny. Okay? And there you learn the mistake that no, chickens die. These are people steal my chickens. These are people steal feed. Okay? This is what is in the feed. This is what is the things, like for most of people, they believe that feed is different. Feed is not different. What only differs is just the concentration of whatever they put there into that feed. That's what makes the feed different. That's what I discovered. Because I used to think, okay, from 0 to 7 days, there's something magic that they put in there. Then from 7 to 14 to 21 days, there's some magic formula that's in there. Then I discovered, no ways, man. It's just the level of concentration of the nutrients that it differs.
Okay, so it's some
ingredient that they add at every stage. No. There's nothing like that.
Oh, so it may be at this stage there's more protein and less carbs, or more carbs and less proteins.
Exactly. But before I started growing chickens, I thought maybe at some stage they add some secret element that we don't know of. So you know what? It's a journey of discovery. It's a journey of getting there. It's a journey of finding yourself. But you can only do this journey if you start early. Not you are doing this because you want to pay rent with the money from the boilers at the end of the month.
You know what, my brother? Thank you very much for your contribution. I really appreciate it, and I agree with you 100%. You know, you don't start trying to learn these things when when you are in the last minute. You know, no. It needs to be learned gradually, slowly, and so on. You know.
And my last contribution.
Yes.
My last contribution to you.
Yes.
And to everyone. If you're in Zimbabwe, if you want anything done, do it yourself. That's my
Hey.
You know what? I've learned a lot. For as long as you're in diaspora, you are prey. Okay?
Yeah.
People, they see you as a source of income. And no one really, and you know what, there's this animosity between the people in diaspora and the people in Zimbabwe. The people in Zimbabwe, they look at us like, look, you guys, you are too special, or you guys, you think yourself as some, they look at us like we are, like we look down upon the people in Zimbabwe. And to them, we're just another source of income. We are just a prey.
Yes.
On legs. We are moving around, and our pockets, they're just meant to be preyed upon.
I agree with you 100%.
Never ever send somebody to do anything. If you want anything done, do it yourself.
Thank you very much, brother.
I believe it always be on the ground. Never ever, maybe you can delegate afterwards. Only this works if you start early also. Because you need to learn every crane, nook, corner, everything you need to learn before you start delegating.
No, I agree with you 100%, and I can't agree with you more. I mean, it's exactly what is happening. Anyway, brother, thank you very much for watching. For contributing. I really appreciate it.
And maybe one day you visit us here in Mozambique. Maybe one day. Huh?
I'll tell you a funny story.
Thank you.
Do you know that my dad was from Mozambique?
Wow. Okay.
Yes. Anyway, that's a story for another day. Let's keep in touch.
Okay. Okay. Ciao. Bon night.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Wow. This show is becoming very, very interesting. You know.
Hi, brother. How are you?
Kevin, how are you doing?
I'm good. Honestly, I'm happy. You doing what you're doing right now. It makes me to be more excited.
No. You know what? To be honest with you, this was also inspired by the episode that we did, at the farm. By the way, everyone who's watching, this is Kevin Biriotti. I'm sure you remember he interviewed me at Ruwa Organic Farm.
Exactly,
yes,
exactly.
It's awesome to have you on the show as well. But hang on, you have interviewed a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
We are crying right now. Tell us what we are missing from what you've learned from the people you're interviewing.
I feel like when people are trying to do a project back home, they are really excited. They are using emotions, like emotions. And when I'm looking at a bigger picture, I am also to blame, because people, when they watch our videos, they think it's easy. I'm always trying to portray a picture that it's doable, but it's not easy. And I don't feel like a lot of people do get that. So when people, what people are really missing is that when you are trying to do a project here in Zimbabwe, make sure that you put up a proper system that works when you're not there. Because at the end of the day, let's say you want to move back to Zimbabwe, you first come and test the waters. Don't just say I have like $50,000 or even $100,000 and I'm packing my bags and I'm never coming back. You come here, you test the waters, and you see if it works. Because at the end of the day, like the last caller said, people see you as an ATM here. So, it's happening. And honestly, if I'm to be honest with you guys, Zimbabweans right now, they are hungry. And when they see a relative in the UK, they see an ATM. They don't look at your plans and say we're going to support this person. They just look at your money and then that's it.
That is very sad, and it's very hurtful to hear.
Exactly, because you as a diasporan will be trying to build something, and then people barely listen to you. They just wait for you month end so that you can give them money, and nothing is happening. So it's a problem. It's a problem, a big one.
So tell me something. Have you also come across some guys from the diaspora that have also lost a lot of money through your interviews and so on?
Exactly. And the funny part is that most of them, they do reach out to me. There are certain people out there who don't want to be on camera, but I'm telling you, like, diasporans have lost a lot of money, and it's really sad. Like I said, and another thing that I have to point out, please don't employ relatives, because the relatives are hard to fire. Sometimes, relatives, I'm always going to say this: employ someone who is easy to fire. Like, you can just go to them and say, you know what, tomorrow I don't want to see you here, go. But you can't say that to a relative. There is that feeling irrelative. So working with relatives is really hard because a depression in the way.
No. You see on that one, I master from the beginning, because I make sure, even my own brother, because I know if things go wrong tomorrow, how do we face each other? Because at the end of the day, business is business.
Yeah.
And if you treat it as business, when there's a dispute now, it becomes emotional. Mom gets involved, Sekuru gets involved, and before you know it, it becomes crazy. Exactly.
So honestly, like, if I'm to be honest, when it comes to doing projects back home or even any type of business, first of all, I would like to say that there is an opportunity for those Zimbabwe, Airbnb, and those guys that are really making a killing, that they're doing well.
Really?
And then I'm telling you, and I was even surprised, like, when I did, because I did like 2 projects on houses before, and the results, I was even shocked. Like, people are really looking for accommodation, especially when they come for holidays. And diasporans, when they come here, they don't want to stay with relatives. They want to stay somewhere else. So Airbnb, another way to go. And also when it comes to farming, 5 years now, people are paying attention to what they eat. 5 years from now, people will be looking for those places where they can eat healthy, where they can eat goat meat, where they can eat rabbit. So those who are starting to venture into those areas, rabbit farming and goat farming, because people would compare rabbit meat and beef. They would choose rabbit meat. Because people, Africans, we are Africans. We used to get excited when we are eating chicken in, but now we are gaining that exposure. Now we want to eat healthy. Now we are sitting down and choosing, paying attention to what we eat. So 5 years from now, those who are starting those projects now, 5 years from now, I'm sure they would have mastered it. And restaurants and even those big shops would come and looking for those kind of meats. Yeah.
So Kevin, I agree with you 100%, because at the end of the day, there's no price, to health. Eating healthy is very, very important. And of course, it tastes much better. But my question I have for you, Kevin, you've interviewed a lot of people, to be honest, and I really, really like your work. And I think when we met last time, I'm super, excited that you're doing something about it, because you see, now we need to see what is happening from a different angle. Because, back in the day, I know you're a lot younger than me. Back in the day, we used to rely on just TV, right? But now YouTube is our TV. And what you are doing right now, you are showcasing so many things about our country. And if you look at right now, my eldest son, right, is in Zimbabwe right now. He loves it so much to a point where he's just there.
Wow, that's amazing.
I'm telling you. And this is a kid
Wow.
that was born
Yeah.
in the UK. All my children, they love Zimbabwe, right? Because we expose them to the positives as well, because they need to know the negative and the positives. Because sometimes we do a very big mistake. There's two extremes. On one extreme, the one extreme says Zimbabwe is bad, the health system is bad, the roads are bad, everything is bad, right? There's truth in that. And then there's also the other side of people that say Zimbabwe is good, it's amazing, the tourism is amazing, the food is amazing, the weather is amazing. But the moment you start speaking like that, you start being accused of, oh, maybe you're being paid to say what you're saying. So what you are doing now, going to these farms, because sometimes some people think these farms are just farms, you know, and that's it. And there's nothing happening. This is huge, what you're doing. And I would like to say to you as well, as a fellow content creator, continue doing that, you know, continue doing that.
I'm so grateful. And thank you for mentioning that. Because at the end of the day, I think a lot of people now, they are paying attention to what I am doing as a content creator. And it's starting to be hard to find people to interview now, because people are now afraid that if I put my business on the internet, they're going to come after me and that kind of stuff. And that is why you see me that even up to now, I'm now barely posting farming content.
But you know what you're saying now is very scary. So are you saying that even I should stop talking about raw organic just in case, you know,
No, I'm saying like what we are doing is good, but people now, I don't know why, like if I look for people to interview now, it's really hard to find people who can have the audacity to come on camera and say, this is my business and I'm doing well. Like you said, if you come out on social media and say I'm doing well, people are going to come and attack you.
Sorry, I didn't get what you mean. That I can see, because if you come out and say, look, I've got 2,000 cows, I think that'll be a problem. It'll be a problem. Yes, because you're putting yourself in the what? In the limelight. Yes, I see what you mean.
Exactly. So now content creators like me, we are now in a position where we don't know what to do, but rather to just find another way. So people say, why are you not posting farming content? Why are you not doing this and that? So now it's becoming too difficult. But at the end of the day, we are not going to give up. I'm happy with how diaspora is responding to my content and your content. I'm telling you, I know that you're praising my content, but you yourself, the way that you're doing things, I'm so happy when I'm watching your content. I'm saying at least we are not alone in this. At least we have you, my brother. We are pushing. So although it's kind of difficult to find people to interview, you're one person who have the ability to just sit and feed people knowledge. So at least you're covering that gap that we are not able to cover as me and Kundai. You see? So I'm happy, honestly, I'm happy, and I pray that you reach higher heights because you have what it takes. So I'm excited.
No, and also, you know what, like I've said to you before, let's keep in touch, reach out. We need to be having these type of conversations on how we can move the content, you know, forward, because we need Zimbabwe to be spoken about in our own voices. Do you see what I mean?
Exactly.
So yes.
Exactly. So for now, if I'm to be honest with you guys, farming is the future, and rural living is the future. And if people pay attention to projects to do in the rural areas, since now there is solar, there is now Wi-Fi, I'm telling you, rural life is the future. And another business opportunities that are people sleeping on is rural tourism. Let's look at Terry. He's doing well.
No, he's done well. He's done well. Yes.
Exactly. So if someone has a rural place, you don't have to have a fancy place. You don't have to have a fancy buildings in the rural areas. You just say, people come to my rural. You'll be surprised with how many people will come. You'll be surprised. So it's a good business opportunity for those who have rural places, especially rural places that are close to Harare. You can invite people and say, this is now my business. And another thing that I want to mention, people who are doing business in Zimbabwe need to start paying attention to social media.
Exactly.
Social media, exactly.
Exactly.
People don't know. I'm surprised. Like, the reason why I'm saying this, you could see a person who has a business that is into selling farming equipment, employing an influencer who is a skit maker, ignoring people like Kundai Chitima and you. You see, that is to show that people who are into business don't understand the power of those who are in the same niche.
Exactly.
So I feel like, so people who are into business now no longer need to look at the numbers that an influencer has, but look at the impact that an influencer can cause, because we are in the same niche.
Exactly.
So people who are into business no longer have to say, I'm struggling with market. Employ the people that are in the same niche. Things are changing. People need to start paying attention to social media.
Absolutely. No, I agree with you 100%. And I also want to add something to that as well. If you are, if you have an Airbnb or you are selling, products here and there, you got to be on YouTube talking about your own products.
Exactly.
You cannot say hapana market. Okay, maybe I'm biased because I come from a marketing background. How can you say hapana market? How are people going to know where you are, what you do?
I agree with you. I feel like everyone has to become a content creator. And the reason why I'm saying that, let's say you start a piggery, let's say you start a poultry project. People don't know how powerful they are. Honestly, that's what I can say. People, they don't know how powerful they can be. You start a project today, just turn on your camera. Hello guys, how are you? So I started a project and I'm just going to show it to you guys and see how it goes. I don't know if I'm going to win or fail. So you carrying people along your journey, and then also people would run. People would run. Come and buy. Right now in Indagamuda and the Zangu 5. You see? So that is to show how powerful social media can be.
Yeah, but then on the other hand as well, sometimes people are not confident on camera, and they're just scared. But I guess maybe with time, people will get to pick it up. But anyway, look, thank you very much for calling in, and we should continue talking. And I really love your support, and yes, we'll definitely keep in touch.
Yeah, definitely. Keep on doing what you're doing, my brother. Good luck.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, sharp.
Wow, that was Kevin. Oh my goodness, this is getting very exciting. I need to call back now. I've had a few calls coming through. Let's see if this gentleman is going to answer my phone.
Hi, Organic Farm.
Hello, how are you?
How are you there?
Not too bad.
I'm trying to get into your TV channel. Which number should I use?
To which channel, sorry?
The guy who is on YouTube.
That's me, Ruwa Organic.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Hello?
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm doing well.
Yeah, I mean poetry also, like yourself.
Oh, okay. So tell us your experience. How are you getting on?
What I did was. How are you getting on?
You know what? I think you have your TV or something playing in the background. Can you switch it off and then let's just speak like we are now, like it's a normal call? That way it's better.
Hello, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but please lower the volume on whatever device you're listening to. That way, I'm hearing some echoes.
What about now?
I think that's better. Okay.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that I'm in the business which you are doing, I think.
Okay, so
I'm based outside the country, but I said as I approach retirement, as another guy has said, I shouldn't wait until I go for retirement. I have to start a bit whilst I'm still here. Then when I started 4 years ago.
Okay.
And I started differently from you maybe. What I did was to go to Ivan.
Okay.
And apply for a franchise to be a distributor for their product.
Okay. And which product was this?
Through, selling frozen chicken, eggs, and so on.
Okay.
By that, I thought I would get an insight of whether this business is viable or whether I should get into it.
Okay.
So through that, yeah, it has been working well, but the margins were low.
Okay.
So I got a farm in Bromley. So I said I have to do my own broilers and my layers.
Okay.
So that I cut on the supply chain. Now we got 1,000 layers and they are now mature. We had the mortality and they are at 980. So we are collecting 980 eggs per day.
Wow.
Which means our projections are that we will be getting, or we are getting 3,600 per week. Then we remove our costing, maybe 1.5 is our profit.
What?
And we are also supplying our shop, which I am saying a franchise for Ivans. We haven't stopped working with Ivans, but we are our products are also in that shop as a free range.
Okay.
So much that when Ivans say they are going, we are continuing.
That's a very smart move. So
that's what I wanted maybe to suggest. So on the human resources, people who work for you. I grew up in Zimbabwe. I always go there twice per year since 2007 when I came to the UK, because I like Zimbabwe.
Right.
So I didn't want to be like here 5 years, then I go later. So I start the mindset of the people. They are not like the people who used to work like you and me. You mean on the 80s, 90s,
yes,
early 2000s, they were principled people who could work.
Yes. Yes.
But now it's not their fault. Maybe some are 40 years, 50 years without even going to work. Then when you go there and just say, can you come and do this poetry for me? Those guys, they don't have experience. They can lie to you that I've got experience. Yes, they got. But maybe they were looking home chicken.
Exactly. You know what? I'm glad you're pointing this out because, you see, sometimes we are stuck in a situation where, does it really work? Or does it not work? Why is it not working? So when I hear you say you have 980 layers and you're making how much profit roughly did you say in a week? 1,000 something, right?
Gross on a weekly 3,600 hopefully for the next 3 years because that's the lifespan.
Now, you know what? You said you've been in the UK, right?
I am in the UK even now when I'm talking to you.
Right. Now you tell me.
My management of doing that, I'm not saying it's good or bad, but I had to employ a female or a lady.
Right.
To be a manager.
Okay.
Not that I hate my fellow males, but you know there are a lot of responsibilities which comes with us male. I say you are the manager. You are excited. Before you know it, he has got a small house. He's got this and so on. So something starts to get in now into your business so that he can finance his life outside. I'm not saying it's happening, but that was my approach towards that. But a woman who is married with kids, they are afraid to steal on you because they know they can go to jail and leave the kids
and lose a lot.
So this lady is doing well, and there are many there in Zimbabwe.
Hey, you know what? What you're saying right now. Yes. Someone else was telling me yesterday. The gentleman that was advising me yesterday. He said to me, "You employ a young guy, right? Exactly what you said. Yes. You'll have a girlfriend, right?
Yes.
And now he's trying to impress that girlfriend. What does he do now? The only place to steal is what? It's from where he's working.
Yes, that's correct. And it's happening in Zimbabwe.
And then you know what the funny thing is? These young men are now saying there's no work. Because surely after this call, I'm not going to be employing these young guys. Why would I?
How can we fail to run these things when whites were living in London but with businesses in Zimbabwe?
Exactly.
Then on the security, I've put cameras on my farm where my projects are. They are all over.
I really like that. I really like that.
There are even in where my layers are, there are cameras there. Then I bought them here in the UK. Then I put them, the installer, I told him to give me the code so that I can download and put them on my phone here.
Wow. That is really cool.
So whenever I'm working and I got time, I click on my phone most of the time.
Wow,
and
that
I
is
can
amazing.
Tell my manager that, have you seen that this is happening? Maybe she's in Harare. But then she said, oh, thank you very much for monitoring while I was busy elsewhere. That's how we have been doing it. And the guys know that they're camera.
That is fantastic. Now tell me something. So with this business, when you started it, did you also go into the broilers?
I got broilers. I do broilers, 2,500 broilers.
Is that your cycle? 2,500 every 6 weeks?
I started 2,500. I have reduced it to 1,000 because I got Ivins there. And I'm not selling my broilers elsewhere. I'm selling it to my shop as frozen chicken.
Wow. Okay. So with these broilers now, how are you marketing? How is the market? Because sometimes people say market, there's no market. How are you able to sell those broilers, 1,000?
We got road shows where the guys in the shop can go on like Easter now. Next week they'll be on a Friday going around with the car on a road show, and some people won't be knowing that you are selling chickens. But the road shows have helped us. We didn't know that you sell chicken.
No. Go into more detail about the road show, because I'm sure other listeners here want to know about this road show. Explain how it's done.
We create pamphlets showing our products which we are selling.
Right. And
when we also go for road shows, we ensure that we got our products to sell on the spot for people who might need our products there.
That is smart. I love that.
At the same time, conscientizing them that we got a shop which we are a distributor for Ivan's products, and most of them say we didn't know about it.
Okay,
then our sales have just gone up since late last year. When we started, our sales have gone up.
So tell me something. With these broilers now, is there a moment where you'd say, you know what, the market, the market is not really there, or too many people are doing it? I mean, can you say that the supply is way too much, or there is still room for anyone to still come in and do it? What's your take on that, your experience?
The market is quite big. And for me to be sharing this with you, it knows that I cannot even run that market on my own. So why can't I share with my brothers? If it was a small market which can be easily saturated, I would say, no, I cannot share this now.
Wow. I mean, guys who are watching this show, I mean, do you hear what our brother is saying here? This is amazing, because stories that you are sharing right now, no one talks about this, and this is why I'm really happy.
Don't want to talk. People, they don't want to share, but the market is there. The market is big.
Wow. You know what?
We got orders sometimes where we cannot even supply. Like the Chinese were saying they want 100 broilers per week, and we are supplying them in Harare, 100 broilers, per week in Harare. That's one of the orders which I'm trying to tell you.
Hey, this is very exciting. When I hear stuff like this, at least we have hope in trying to go into these markets as well. Now, another important question that I have for you is, when it comes to refrigeration, would you say that is an important part of this whole process of setting up your broiler business?
It is very. We've got 2 commercial refrigerators.
Are those the C60s? C? Is it those ones?
The big ones, yeah, the big ones.
Okay, so it's not a blast freezer. It's the commercial ones.
No, the commercial ones. If you in Harare, if you ask for them, they will tell you these are for these are commercial,
yes,
and also good for your bed.
Yes. I've actually have 2 of those that I got made. One of them was 1,600. Yeah, they're a bit expensive.
Those are the ones.
Yes. So
and
at least
the solar, which you have also said you got.
Yes,
that's very important to have solar.
So at least,
and the incubator, which you said we got it. That's important also to have the incubator because we got road runners. What I did was to go to, off Marondra, there's the rural areas called Kwashoso. So I went there and the chamber, I was just going with my car, say I want road runners. And I bought some road runners. I think there were 50.
Yes.
At the laying stage, I brought them to Broomley, my farm, and they started to lay. And within 5 months, we had 2,500 chicks, and now they are even up.
Yes.
Through incubation.
When I tell people that I had more than 1,200 chickens, sometimes they don't believe it. Because, when you are putting these eggs in the incubator, sometimes, you can't even keep up. That's how amazing it is.
And these are 50. With 6 months, we have got 2,500 still counting.
Exactly.
So I think I appreciate your program. And I thought I have to share with you. I understand you wanted to give up. Sometimes you can give up where you wanted to be when you were closer to get your vision.
Right. Someone in the comments asked, why are we always talking about farming? Now, from your experience, what else can people go into besides farming? Because people now have this thing about farming that, Zimbabwe farming. What else? Why is it we talk about farming a lot, in your opinion?
Zimbabwe is a farming, is a farm-based country. Even when it was Rhodesia, it was a farm-based country.
Okay.
If you want to go to mines and so on, you should behave on the pocket and you should have connections.
Right.
But farming hasn't got all those things.
Right. So
farming, as long as you got a place to go and start your business project, whether you want to do something which is not poetry or piggery and anything, you can still make it. But at the moment, the current situation, say I can go into manufacturing of clothes. Which clothes? Where are you going to sell them?
Exactly.
But farming, everybody wants to eat every day, whether they are vegetables, whether they are pigs, whether they are chickens. So maybe there are business which are making money out there, but I wouldn't know. But me, I'm just in farming.
Right. Now, a lot of people also say, not everyone can be a farmer. What would you say to those people?
They can continue working. Because my brother, business is not meant for everybody.
That's true.
You can tell someone to get into business or farming or even manufacturing or mining.
Yes.
But even if they don't have the mind for business, you give them £50,000, they will still fail.
Yes. You're 100% right. You know what? I want to ask you for a favor. Can you go to ruwaorganic.com and please join the community there? There are going to be people asking, questions and wanting help and mentorship. If you can help us in there, I would really, really appreciate it, because sometimes
I'll do that because I still need also help with your marketing, website, and so on.
Oh, yes. You know what I'm trying to do as well, just so that you know while you're on the phone, even me, with my marketing expertise and even my platform, I want to create something sort of like a marketplace where people, when they have their products, they can also promote them on Ruwa Organic, That
would be fantastic.
Yes, because I want everyone to be uplifted. This is not just about me and me alone. Because to be honest, for me to be where I am right now, it's you guys who are in the comments, watching my videos, sharing, and so on. So I want to give back as well, So that would be amazing.
Keep on doing what you are doing. Don't listen to negative energy. It's in abundance, especially in our countries are in abundance. That's where men are selected from boys. So keep on doing what you are doing, you'll be okay. Yes, people might be complaining, say Zimbabwe is bad. But since 1965, when it was Rhodesia, it has never been a perfect country. It was political every time. But if you keep on complaining about that the country is not good, you go and see your death, and it will continue to be a country is not good. So the politics, which I want to tell people, is start it in your family. Do your business. That's the best politics. Don't wait for another man to come and do it for you. Politics.
I'm laughing not because what you're saying is funny, but I'm laughing out of excitement because those words are very powerful, but people don't want to take those on board, So it has to start. Yes.
You stayed in the UK. How many people in the population who are much involved in politics of labor and the conservatives? Nothing. They are busy with their own, How can I hustle to get my money, to get my kids okay? I'm not saying politics is bad, because politics is business. But sometimes back home we find that you don't have a solution to it. So concentrate with your business and your family.
Exactly.
So that you leave them at a better place.
Exactly. No, this was really, really amazing. I love your contribution and your answers. They are practical and they're actually working. This is not like fiction, you're actually doing it.
Thanks.
And you are the type of people we love.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing your ideas. Excellent. Thank you. Wow. This is amazing. Guys, don't you agree? Let me know in the comments box if you agree with the advice that we're getting here. Right, let me try and call back. There's a lot of people here that have tried to call me. Please be patient with me. Tapiwa, I'm not sure if he's still available or maybe he's he's given up. Let's hear what Tapiwa has to say.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Ruwa, Organic Tasty Chickens.
Yes, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you. How are you?
No, I'm doing great.
Right, okay. So my name is Taps Tapiwa, and I'm based in the UK.
Awesome.
I was just inspired by the guy that was talking before. And it was nice to hear, to be honest, and it's inspiring. So, I've been following your channel as well. I'm very young. I'm 31, turning 32 since the beginning, and it was. I've always had interest in things back home because of things that I've worked for my parents. I work very close to my parents. I've done a few things, and I just think since observing them and seeing how they do business and stuff like that, I've always been inspired to say, I want to transition what I'm currently doing in the UK over to Zimbabwe. So my parents and us, the children, we work together as a family. The main reason why I'm calling is because I just want to still encourage people to, especially people that are UK-based, to stick together as a family, because I'm pretty sure you would know yourself as well that a lot of people in the UK that are successful, a lot of them are family-owned businesses.
Yes.
So people work together from grandparents to parents and children, generations pass on their earnings and things work together. When people work together, we might have a problem ourselves as Zimbabweans to do the same thing, but I think if we work together as families, it has been a formula that's worked for us. In total, I think my family, we've got a few businesses that we've managed to do in the UK, from care homes and serial care workers. So these are big businesses that we've managed to accomplish, starting from coming here in the early 2000s as nurses up until now, and it seemed to have worked. So I think that we have revenues that are now in the millions, and it's something that we've done together as a family, and it's doable. We've also managed to build homes. We've only built homes, managed to build homes back home, but we're now trying to look to see if we can transition the formulas that we've had here over to Zimbabwe from the UK.
That is amazing. That is amazing story. So tell me something. You say this is a family business. Is that correct?
Yes, it's family business. Yes.
Okay, so now I want to ask you a few questions here, because sometimes when it comes to parenting, you're a very young man. You're 31. What lessons were you getting and from your parents? Straight from high school to where you are now. What lessons were you getting? What sort of messaging were you getting from your parents?
So I think because my parents, obviously, like a typical Zimbabwean family, came in here, and I think my mom came here as a nurse, and then my dad, he had to start from scratch because all of his qualifications were not sufficient here, so he had to start from the industry and climb up, and he did his nursing, and then so sometimes it's observing your parents as well, and obviously the main thing, I think I was very lucky that I managed to, when it came to the advice that I got when it came to career.
Mm-hmm.
I trained to be a nurse straight away as a young man. So that's one of the few things that I managed to listen. Not that I was listening all the time. So that's what. So becoming a nurse, we work together as a trio now. And then I've got 2 young brothers, and they're both pharmacists.
Wow. So it's related as well.
Yeah, they graduated. So we work together. And I think when you work together and you start businesses, if you are nurses and pharmacists, you have the qualifications to be able to manage. Mm-hmm. So there are a lot of people that are in similar situations here in the UK, and I know that there's a lot of nurses, there's a lot of people that have money. What helped us is to start a small business, mm-hmm. and what I think is important is to understand how to. I think that's the main thing. Like you yourself, I've listened to your story, and I can imagine how you value the knowledge of running and owning a business and having employees, recruiting, and doing all those things.
Of course,
I think things that you learn, and then once our business was up and running, me as a young man, I was observing it throughout, even how things. I was also an employee in our business, so I would climb up as a qualified from observing my parents as well in the roles. So mm-hmm. I think listening, also learning how to run a business, the finances, things like revenue and profits and mm-hmm. losses, how to then buy another business, how to collaborate with councils, with other businesses. Wow. Like the other guy that just came on. He sounds very knowledgeable, and he said one of the key reasons why he was successful is he had a contract with Ivan, isn't it?
Yes.
So I think that's something that we lack as Zimbabweans, to think that you can start a project and do it yourself. Sometimes you can take a shortcut, use someone else or use another company that's already established. Mm-hmm. Maybe if you are buying a small portion or shares or whatever from that company, franchising, mm-hmm. other ways of taking a shortcut to a formula that's already working. I know that maybe your revenue or your profit might not be as much, but at least you know that there's less chance of, if it's a subcontract, you're guaranteed to have a buyer.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And chances of failing are less because you have a finished product. Because imagine starting from a chick, to a fully grown chicken. That takes a lot. But if you're just getting the full chicken, at least you're learning the ins and outs of selling itself. You're also learning how to manage your workers, but without really losing a lot and investing a lot. So yes, that's a very good lesson. So tell me something. How did your parents get the confidence to set up their business here and make it big like that?
The confidence. I think, like I said, it's there's a few. When you are in business, there's a few things that can occur by chance, mm-hmm. and they benefit as well. For example, stuff like when we were in care and health and pharmacies that we own, COVID happened, and that was really bad with certain businesses. But when it came to healthcare,
yes.
some of us who were given vaccines, we got contracts from the councils and the NHS and stuff like that. So that boosted our business quite a lot. So I would always say, like, if people are working in business, just to stay encouraged, because business is so funny. Something just like that can just happen, and it could literally just help your business overnight. And
do you know why I'm laughing? I'm laughing because my business, my marketing business, it was so quiet. And I was just getting by, and come COVID time, that's when I made a lot of money, because we were on lockdown and everyone was pretty much, online, and that's how I was doing my consulting and even content A lot of people made money. And that was my breakthrough as well. And then after COVID, things just went down. You see what I mean? So so business, sometimes it has its breakthroughs. So the idea is to just have this business going nice and slow in a manageable way. You never know what happens out there. The doors could just open, but the most important thing is the doors need to open when you are ready, not with just ideas.
And that's the main thing. And what I will say is learning how to run a business. I think that's the key thing. Like I'll keep referencing to the guy that spoke before me.
Yes.
He sounded like he knew the steps you take to do business, to minimize risk and to work with other people that are already in the area, in the sector. And then if they are, if it is the government, sometimes the government, they might have contracts. I don't know the situation in Zimbabwe, but you might work with other companies, like I'm saying, the franchise with other people. That only comes from you understanding how business works. You can walk into a meeting with someone because you've got your own experience. You can look at the numbers and say, I don't think this makes sense. Okay, this makes sense. I think I can go for it. And like abilities that you need to put around your business, even something as small like the gender of the manager that you are recruiting, you only know that experience. So when you've done a business, I do the same thing. I might, obviously in the UK there's obviously laws and stuff like that that you have to follow, but you still have to have an idea to say, okay, when I'm recruiting for this position, these are the characteristics that I'm looking for. So even something like a language or something like that, you look into things like that and how they may benefit your business. But you can only get when you've been in business, when you've done run a business.
Yes, it can't be theory. You'll have to have been in the business to know that this works or this doesn't work. So yes, I totally agree with you. Anyway, Tabs, thank you very much for calling. I have to. Someone else was calling me here. We want to give others an opportunity, but you know what? Please join the community at ruwaorganic.com. I mean, I think you can be of help there in the community when people have any questions and so on. I mean, you're a young man and I'm impressed that you are working with your family, because sometimes, me as a dad, it can be very painful if you're trying to build something that your kids are not involved in. So thank you very much for supporting your family, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you very much, and keep going. I just want to keep encouraging you as well, because you're doing a good thing, and I'm sure we'll be in touch.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Take care.
Bye.
Oh, guys, I just had a donation here from AfriVox with the $2. This is awesome. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Can I put a heart on it? Let's see. Yes. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Okay. We also have Tadiwa here. Let's call Tadiwa. Let's hear what Tadiwa is going to say. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
How are you? How are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you doing?
Not too bad. Right. So tell us your story. I mean, I'm curious to hear what you are going to contribute.
First of all, my first name is actually Ricardo. So
Ricardo.
The one who was talking about the DB thing. Yeah.
Oh yes. Okay. Yes. So how come it shows Tadiwa here?
Because well, I created my email using my first name, but I've been using my second name as my normal name, so that's what's on my number.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool. All right, carry on.
So, anyway, first of all, I want to say thanks for the TV stuff, man. To be honest, I've learned a lot from you. Even the other guys, the content you guys created, I've managed to make a living in Zimbabwe. Not much, but I mean, it does pay the bills. So thanks for that.
Hold on. You're saying you've managed to make a living from the DV, the videos that I've been making?
Yeah. So what happened was a couple of years ago, I had a friend of mine who does websites. He does the whole coding and whatnot.
Right.
And
Okay.
I asked him to teach me how to do websites. He says, you know what? Coding will take a lot of time. Let's do WordPress. So he
Yes.
teaches me Elementor.
Right.
And you know how YouTube, when you start browsing these things, they start giving you adverts, and I think this TV thing keeps coming up. You know that guy, that white guy with the long hair?
Yes.
He always comes up on my YouTube, yeah. And I started seeing the interface. I thought it was better than Elementor.
Mm-hmm.
And Elementor at that time had a yearly license.
Yes.
And Div had a lifetime license
yes.
for like $250. Yeah. So I did the lifetime license because it made so much sense.
Yes.
And to be honest, even the whole thing of the layouts,
mm-hmm.
like having ready-made layouts,
mm-hmm.
it makes my life a lot easier. So yeah, that really helped. And you know, when you're starting out, you start looking for content. How do you make this? I think there's one that you specifically made where you can make the navigation bar transparent or something.
Yes.
And actually learned from that. I started making a few websites like that. People thought it was cool. And yeah, it's been going.
You know, it's amazing. You know, when I make these videos, sometimes I don't even think that, at the end there, people are actually, making use of them. So hearing it from you that you've been watching my videos and applying and actually making a living from it, that is super awesome.
It is like, it's been really helpful. Look, the kind of videos that you like, tutorial videos, are for people that are actually looking for that knowledge. It's not like something that you just stumble upon and just say, oh, yeah, this looks interesting. No, it's
mm-hmm.
like I had to actually say, okay, on TV, how do I make a transparent header?
Yes.
And
then it comes
those
up.
videos come up. Exactly. So that's how I then found you. So I think maybe 2 years later, that's when I started. I saw one of your videos for Ruwa Organics. I'm like, wait, this face looks familiar. Anyway, put it by the side. Saw another one. I'm like, wait, nah. Even that beard looks very familiar. That voice, nah, I know this person. And I quickly had to go back to the DV channel. I'm like, let me look for this face. And I actually had to watch one of the videos again. I'm like, wait, this is the guy, this guy is Zimbabwean. Also, you have no idea how happy I was, man.
That is really, really cool. I like hearing stories like this where, you go on YouTube and you have an ambition and you make it work. Trust me, there's a lot of people out there that spend so much time on YouTube just watching prank videos, watching stupid, stuff. And yet the same YouTube also
exactly.
has information that can actually earn you a living, It is crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you've really helped. DV is a great platform.
Mm-hmm.
On my lifetime license, there are people that I've worked with, like fellow creators,
mm-hmm.
and there are some that I actually let use my
license,
my API code.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they use my license. They log in. They create their website. So it's not that just me who's benefiting from your work, but like there are other like younger guys that also helped. Like at $250 is a lot of money,
of course,
and before you just do it in Zim, it's hard. So just use my license,
mm-hmm.
and yeah, make a living. Also,
that is amazing.
I don't have to teach you.
Have you
go on YouTube and watch?
Have you joined RuwaOrganic.com? The community?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Yes. What you need to do, go in there, advertise what you do. I mean, you could be building websites for our fellow community members here. I want to give you that opportunity to do that. I mean, I could do it myself, but I don't want to, eat everything on the table, if you know what I mean. I want to give you that opportunity.
I mean,
yes, go ahead.
It's a very big pie. I can't eat it by myself. Like the other caller said,
mm-hmm.
it's a very big market. Websites are a very big market.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's why I even let the other guys use my license. I could say, you know what? Give me the clients, then I'll make the website. Then give me cut. No, but like, look, if you have a client, use the license. I paid for it years ago, and it's not gonna go anywhere.
Yes.
It's not like I'm gonna make more money out of it or less money out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Whether I make 5 websites or 300 websites,
Mm-hmm.
my license is still gonna be valid. So, yeah, I mean, if it's there to help other people, I can.
Fantastic. That's the spirit that you need to have. You need to be able to help other people so that a lot of people benefits and we all grow together. So, Ricardo, listen, drop me an email, okay? I also have another product called SiteCrafter. It's a framework for Divi.
Okay.
Go to my channel, check it out, and if you want a free copy, let me know, and I'll drop you a free copy of that, okay?
That'll be awesome. So I'll send you an email. Okay, I'll send you a WhatsApp just after this call.
No,
then,
do it in the community.
you
It's
email
easier
that's
in the
fine.
community, okay?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Awesome. All right. Thanks a
All
lot.
right. Sorry. So this is not why I was calling. We went on a tangent on TV.
Oh, sorry.
But,
Yes.
yeah. So I wanted to have a conversation with you. I'm stuck in Zim, right?
Right.
And things are not as rosy, just like everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been thinking about leaving Zim and, trying to start a life outside
Mm-hmm.
the UK or anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Still looking for opportunities. So I've been listening to some of the videos that you make.
Mm-hmm.
And, okay, I'm not saying you discourage people from leaving, but
Mm-hmm.
like you give us this home is still home kind of thing. And why I want to have this conversation and why I think it's best to have it on a platform like this is there are people here that think the UK is all that.
Mm-hmm.
There's milk and honey and my life will be good forever,
Mm-hmm.
And the people in the UK, they're like, no, man, it's not it. It's not what you think it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's not all rose, Like the other day, I was actually looking at how much cars are in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
So I see like a Mercedes for like 6K. I'm like, wait, this is actually awesome. Until I checked out, the insurance is like another $6,000 a year. And that's when it clicked like, oh, okay, yeah, now this is starting to look like something else.
Mm-hmm.
So what is your take on someone who wants to leave Zim?
Okay. You see, a question like this is very difficult because I cannot say leave Zim or don't leave Zim. Okay? But I also want to give you context to this. Okay? For example, yourself, you're a web designer. I would say to you, learn how to market your skills of designing websites. Okay? Once you learn that, your cost of living doing work while you're in Zimbabwe is way better than you were in the UK. Because you can be in the UK, right? The internet, okay, it's almost similar price, but it's a bit more expensive. I pay about £80 for my internet. And the rent is quite high. Now you need to pay things like council tax. You need to, the transport is expensive. The food is more expensive. So it all starts adding up. So if you're going to come here and become a web designer, right? Definitely you're not going to do well at all. Just based on how much you'll be spending now on your living, because the cost of living here is higher than in Zimbabwe. Okay?
Of course, yeah.
Yes. Now the second thing is there's also people, young people there in Zimbabwe, or people in Zimbabwe generally, that feel like, you know what? I want to go to the UK, just work like crazy and then just boost some income because whatever they're doing there is not really working, right? I would say then you have to be very serious and evaluate which is which. Because I have a friend, I'm telling you a personal story here. These two guys have actually sold their cars. Okay? The first guy, we grew up together, he sold his car to come here. When I called him the other day, I said, so how are things here? He says, you know what? This is crazy. I think maximum I can work like this, he's in his 50s. Maximum I can work like this is probably maybe 3-4 years and I'm out of here. Okay? If you're a young guy, I guess you have the opportunity to what? To work because you have more years ahead of you. You can actually have a plan on what to do, but you can't just come and say, because there's money. No, You have to have a plan, and you have to be disciplined. So the advice is going to depend on your age, your skills, and what you can do, and what your plan is. Do you see what I mean? So in my case, because when I talk against it, you may be thinking, well, this guy made a lot of money in the UK and he's telling us not to come here. What's wrong with him? Well, see, my situation, I haven't really talked about it. You know, when I came to the UK, I came to want to expand my IT skills, thinking that I would get a job easily. It didn't work out. So bear in mind, I had a very good job back home. And I left that job. I sold everything that I had, thinking, you know what? Greener pastures. When I got here, I found myself working in factories. Right? Mm-hmm. And before I knew it, I got married and I had a kid on the way. So that in itself, I got stuck. So don't think that I was enjoying myself while I was here. I was stuck because I had no job to go back to, no house to go back to. And because I had no job, I was thinking, okay, so what am I going to do with the kids now on the way? It was very difficult. You stay 2 more years, another kid comes through. 2 more years, another kid comes through. And now I'm really stuck. I can only go home for holidays. So don't think that I was here in the UK for 20 years, it was all roses. No. In my case, personally, it was the toughest time in my life. And sometimes, you know, I find myself getting angry for no reason. Maybe it's coming from those tough times, you know. I don't know. It changed me. So it's not easy. Don't think that, Ruwa Organic, he managed to buy a house, he managed to buy a farm. So the UK is. No. It's not like that. You really need to plan. And it's going to be, my answer is going to be different for each and every person, you know. Each and every person is going to be different. There are people where you find that if they come here, maybe they've got a piece of land, they've got access to a bit of money, and they can do a bit of farming and make more money than they would if they were what? If they were in the UK. And sometimes you can come here. Okay. The jobs that are mostly open here are jobs which are highly skilled jobs like engineering, doctors, you know, and currently nurses and so on. But these jobs are not easy. Yeah. You have to be prepared to work. There's no hanging around and just chilling. No. Here you work like crazy, and then you have to worry about the taxes too. So you have to take everything into account. Like you said, Mercedes-Benz. Don't look at those things. Don't look at those things. Why are you looking at a Mercedes-Benz? No one don't care what kind of car you drive. That's a crazy mentality of, look at me, I'm in a Mercedes-Benz. It doesn't really translate to anything, to be honest.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised. Maybe one day you'll see me even here in the UK driving a Honda Jazz, which is the Honda Fit in Zimbabwe. And you'll be thinking, what is Ruwa Organic doing? 24 years in the UK and he's driving a Honda. What's going on? Why can't he drive a Range Rover? No, because it's not economically making sense. That's why. Do you see what I mean? So really weigh out all these options. And it's going to be on a per base. I mean, it's going to be depending on each and every person. It's not just a one rule fits all. But generally speaking, for me, I would say if you have something going on in Zimbabwe, try and make it happen there. That's what I would say.
No, okay.
Yes.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Because like when you look at it from here, you know, I try and market my website and you do get clients and you know, you charge.
No. Look, listen. I'll cut you short there because I know I've done these websites. You need to learn marketing. Spend 80% of your time learning how to market. 80% of your time. Okay. Come to the Ruwa Organic and we can discuss more about, and I can help you and give you some tips on how you can, you know, start marketing your web design services. Okay.
No, that's all right. I'll head over there.
Definitely. All right. Thanks a lot. There's a few more people here. I would like to give some opportunities as well to speak. So thank you very much. No, and let's talk later. You've got my number now anyways.
Yes, I do.
Yes. Awesome. Take care. Thanks for calling.
All right.
Cheers. Right. Diamond Subway. Thank you so much for the £5. £5. No, this is awesome. I really appreciate this. And this is wow, I need to make more of these live streams, you know. No, on a serious note, thank you so much. I really appreciate the donation. It's really, really awesome. It goes a long way because, there's a lot of bills, my internet and all that. This is the type of money that goes towards that. So I've got less of a headache when it comes to creating content. So thank you so much. Okay, let me see. Someone said earlier that some of these farming ideas that were coming up with only because we are homesick. That's not true. How can we talk about farming ideas because you're homesick? With me personally, I don't care what it is. If it's selling cabbages or if it's selling chickens or selling onions, so be it. It's not necessarily because we are homesick. I don't think that's true. It's just that's where the opportunity is. Okay, let's see. There's milk and honey, but a lot of goes to taxes. Yeah, we always talk about that. Brian says, don't do it. Stay home and figure things out there. That's true. Sometimes we think that the opportunities are always over there, and we neglect to see what we have. It's tough, Right. Let me take this call, guys, and then I'll finish off my thoughts. Hello?
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 Organics?
Yes, how are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, my man. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, you're doing a good job, man. I've been following your channel since you were starting, your Ruwa organics farm, this and that. Oh, it's amazing.
No, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Talk to me, my friend.
That's
Talk
good,
to me.
That's good. Yes. This business thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's not a walk in the park.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So it's like right now I'm in UK.
Okay.
Yeah, I came around 2001.
Okay, around about the same time as me.
Yeah. So, when I came 2001, my wife first came in 2000.
Mm-hmm.
Then I followed a year later.
Mm-hmm.
Then when I came here, I came around February.
Mm-hmm.
Then, we just came, then started looking for a job. We got a factory job, this and that. Working in the butchery, they were doing cold meat. So,
okay. You're basically describing my story.
So you have to start from the bottom, You don't even, when you're coming in here, it's like without any contract or this and that.
Mm-hmm.
You have to start from somewhere low, as low as like this ground. Then as years go by, then you start, experiencing, improving yourself, this and that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not easy, coming here and just staying and think everything is going to be good. No, it's not going to be good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It will take time. So it's like I came in here, so we had a plan like, okay, let's do it. 5 years' time, we'll be going back if we stick to our plan, sending money back home, building houses.
Mm-hmm.
So the first house we built it in 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my wife. In 6 months, we had built a house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we thought in 5 years, we could have bought cars, we'll be rich, and we'll be going home.
Yes.
But just imagine, up to now, we're still here.
Wow. But you know what? At least, no, look, we may be laughing about this. At least you had the opportunity to build a house back home.
Yes.
In my case now, I was in a worse off situation. Can you imagine that at the time where the pound had so much weight when it came to the currency back home?
I remember 1:150 that time.
There you go.
Around that time.
Now imagine 1:150. I could not even buy a piece of land. Do you know why? Because there was no one trustworthy.
Yeah. Yes.
It's funny.
Yes.
You had a 5-year plan. When I came in, I had a 6-month plan.
Yeah.
I was like, in 6 months, I'm out of here. Hey.
Yeah, because you'll be thinking. It's like you'll be thinking, I can work this. You don't think of bills. You don't think of emergencies that's going to happen here and there. You don't think of maybe my parent or my relative is going to feel sick or die back home. Then I have to sponsor or pay for the funeral. You don't think about that. What you are thinking is, I'll build a house, I'll be rich, then that's it.
Yes.
Or you don't think I'll be sick, then probably I don't go to work.
Yes.
Or I might join an agency, then probably I might not be employed for a month, or they will tell me, oh, mate, today there's nothing.
Correct.
Oh, mate, this week is too quiet. Okay, try next week. Then the whole week goes without work.
Yes. I mean, I remember, February was one of those months which was very tough. January, especially after Christmas, agency work was very little. Yeah. So tell me, what are you doing now?
Yeah, so all these years we have been planning about the retirement. It wasn't rosy because, you get paid, then the next thing you see all the money is gone in 2 weeks. Then because you have sent money home, you see you're planning your retirement. So it's all about sacrificing. So right now it's like we have done so much because we have got, it's like 2 houses, finished houses. One is just, it's like a cottage on a stand. Then, so, by the way, we saw it earlier that now, going home, like what we were thinking, maybe in 2000, that we'll have house, car, then we are rich, we're going home. Then we said, okay, when we go home, we're just not going to be sitting. We need something to keep us going, money coming in and money going out.
Yes.
So 3 years ago, we thought, let's look for a land so that we can start farming.
Good. Okay.
Yes. So we did look for a land. Then, fortunately, we got 10 hectares. Yes. So since then, we have been working on it. I tell you, we are going into 3 years this year in June. But since then, we haven't been making a profit. It was just like putting everything in plan, this and that. But things are just starting to work this year.
So what have you done different? This is yes.
It's like, I've got my brother and wife. So I got them engaged in the project, talk to them, guys, do you like farming? Because back home they will do like farming, during the rain season, on the pieces of land, plant some maize, this and that, do some amazing jobs. Then I said, nah, you guys, are you willing to go into farming? Then they said yes. Then I said, yeah, if I can look for a farm or a piece of land, are you willing to move? They said, yes, we are willing to move. Then I said, right, that's good. So these people, I trusted them. That's my brother and wife.
Right.
Because, of course, you can have family, friends, family members, but some of them are not trustworthy.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so you need to have people who have got passion in whatever you want to do. You are on the same page. Then it's like there are people who want development or who have got like something to look forward to. Yeah, so I got them engaged, got a piece of land, started working on it. Before we even finished building the house for them to stay. Yeah. They said, no, we'll go there. Even without windows, we're going to go there.
Right.
Yeah, and we're going to stay there and start from there. And it was nearly around November, I think, November 2001. Yes. So we had to put in plastics on the cottage, on the farm. They stayed in there. It wasn't finished. So up to now, they've been doing an amazing job. 3 rain seasons, they managed to plant, grow vegetables, corn. We are now doing broilers. We started with road runners. So we've got road runners, broilers, turkeys, We started this guinea fowl project. Yeah, so everything is set. So everything is looking good. So on broilers, it's like just last week we had this that was our first big contract with this. I'm not gonna mention names anyway.
Yeah. No, don't mention any names.
With this business person, So they said, you've got broilers. Okay, well, can you bring them 30 broilers and 20 road runners?
Right. Is that weekly or?
Yeah. It's gonna be like every month.
Okay.
Then also we have got a butchery which we are supplying right now. They take broilers, they take again like road runners.
So how many broilers? How many broilers do you have at the moment?
Yeah, because we just started that project, so we're doing about 50 every 2 weeks.
50 every 2 weeks. Okay.
Yeah. So in the near future, because we are still looking for the market, but as soon as we have got like somebody who is saying, can you bring us this quantity? We can increase it to probably 100 after every 2 weeks, fortnight, or we can say 100 a week, 100 a week, 100 a week.
That's very good. So tell me something.
Yes.
So tell me something. In the UK, yes. What are you doing here? Are you working as a are you on a job or it's your own business?
Yeah, I'm at a job because I'm a fork truck driver. My wife is a nurse.
Right. So now that you have some sort of success with your brother there on the ground, why are you still in the UK?
Right, that's where I was coming to. Because you know what? You first need to see what's happening, to set up the business, to let it run a bit. Then you see whether you are going to be, when you go back, are you going to be financially independent from the work you are doing? Yes.
But you know what? I think that. But with you, I think you are in a much, much better position. You've got 2 houses. You also have a brother who has produced results. I mean, compared to other people, me, for example. Okay, the house that I have is for me to live in, I don't have no rentals to come through. And literally, I've just lost, a lot of money. So you're in a much better position to then transition and try and start working on this on your own. Of course, I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm just basing it on what you're saying. Yes.
Yes. So what we are planning now is in November, I'm going to start relocating now. Yes, so I'm going to go there for good. So it's like we have money from the rents. Right, we've been using them on the farm. Then we got some of our savings from here. We've been putting them on the farm, investing. So it has been about 3 years now of hard work. It's not like things, they just work automatically. You have problems here and there. We had a bore problem, like what you were saying. You still remember on that bore on your farm. Yeah, but now we managed to drill 8 meters and it has got plenty of water. And so in the future we'll be putting about 100 meters. That's another plan. So that will go straight into vegetables, this and that, many things. So things they are doable. I tell you.
Now let me ask you another question. Now, you mentioned going back forever. Don't you have a mortgage?
Yeah.
You've been here for more than 20...
No. No, it's like I'm a council tenant. So I'm not stuck with mortgage.
I had. I'm sure you saw my video about mortgage. Hey, people were throwing a lot of firebombs.
That's making people get stuck. Because you can't go anyway.
Yeah. You can't just leave it. That was at least my thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, you lose a lot. So. It's how, you plan your things, but I tell you, this business thing is not easy. It's not easy. You have to have a plan, 3-year plan. Then probably after 3 years, you start making profit, money coming in. So all these 3 years, we have been investing and investing and investing. Because it's like when you're talking about like road runners or turkeys, you need to buy, let's say you buy 10 stock, or it's like a parent stock.
Yes, of course.
Then from that parent stock, you need to build. You see, continue building that parent stock until you have probably 50. Then from there now you start getting the chicks, selling the chicks.
Yes.
Or probably
the eggs
meat
as well.
And this and that. So, it's not a walk in the park. It's not a walk in the park.
No, you know what? I mean, I'm glad that at least you are talking about things that you've done, and it gives people like myself even hope that it works. Of course, I did it the wrong way and I made mistakes, but at least hearing it from you, it means that it can still work, but it's not easy. There's a lot of work that needs to be done.
It's not easy.
Yes.
It's not easy. There's too much sacrifice, Too much sacrifice. Just for the answer, there's this viewer there, Evans Shimboza, we're saying what's going to happen to the rest of the family. Yeah, they're gonna stay here in UK whilst I'm gonna go first. So it's not we're gonna go all at once. No, it's not like that. So I know I have to go. I will go first, then go there, work hard. Then probably a year or 2 years, then they'll be coming over.
Fantastic. All right, you know what? Thank you so much for calling. I mean, I have a few people here still calling in. I'm surprised that it's still active.
No problem. Thanks.
Please,
we'll keep in touch.
Please join the community on Ruwa Organic. Let's continue our conversations there.
Yeah, we'll do that. Thanks very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Great. Cool. What's wrong with this one? Oh, there we go.
Great.
Hello? What's happening here?
Mama kadini.
Mushe, zvikufamba.
Zviraiti mukoma muri kuita basa.
Sure.
Pane zvamakaisa zvemamogeji mukatukwa zvenyu asi muri kuita basa.
Munayo here mogeji yacho?
Aiwa ni mogeji kwete.
Ndachifunga kuti pamwe mamuripo pakutuka kapa.
Aiwa mogeji zvamaitaura zviya mukoma indakaendo makore amakaenda ayaya. Saka ndaenda makore amakaenda ayaya ndakangoona kuti bhosi ndakambotanga ndichishanda muchimwe chifactory. Noza zvinisati zvanaka chachiri underground. Ndobva ndashanda saka kunaromba saka ndaida kudzorera mari kaya unenge wambokwirisa tiketi waita sei. Vandapedza vandachavanja vandaenda kuchikoro vandaita sei. Vandaofa mu vandatikana. Ndobva ndati gari vandatanga kuita sei. Saka ndakazoenda kuchikoro vandatanga kusenza. Ndasenza vandati rega ndingoita ameno years plan kusvikira zvanaka ndingovako chekungotiwo ndikanzi zvaipa ndodzokera kumwe. So ende munozoti it wasn't easy. Vanhu vari kuenda nawo maybe vakateerera mavhidhiyo enyu vanobatsirika kuzi for some it wasn't easy because waenda usina mapepa. Utozotangira kushandira mapepa.
Sister, inzwai, sorry to cut you off. Vamwe vari kuti hanzi taurai chirungu kuitira kuti vamwe vanzwe because tiri kungoseka tega manje. No, let's speak in English. It's fine. Yes.
That's fine. So then, like I was saying, when I first came to the diaspora, I started by working in a factory, and then after that, I decided no, let me go to school. And then I went to school, and I qualified, and I started working. And then I thought no, because I was looking after people, I was helping out, and people say I need money. I laughed when you did the one where you said. You normally give people money for projects rather than giving them money for, for food or something. But you know, at a certain time, I realized, these projects, they are not materializing. And yet, I'm always paying. And you know, when I went home, these are the same people who are saying, what are you doing in the UK? So and so is what this, you know, send a car. And I said, no. Let me start building. But I didn't have, you know, like I sometimes say to some people, when you come on the course, you've got an opportunity to build slowly, you know. It's also we didn't have time because you didn't know it was like some of it was uncertainty.
Yes.
You know, you didn't realize you didn't know when would you be going back. What is something, and there was fear involved as well. But I mean, I don't want to take more time because I know you've got other callers. But I just wanted to say, you know, all of the things that you are teaching people, if they listen without triggers, without fear, without this thing, you know, some people think when you say about mortgages and, you know, if someone has a mortgage, they think they are being attacked. But no, they need to listen with an inner ear. And then maybe they will understand what you are trying to teach. And, you know, I've followed you all the way from when you started. And I always think, oh, my God, the things that you say, you know, I listen and I think, oh, God, this is gold, you know. And if I had come to the diaspora knowing what you are teaching now, I think maybe I would. I'm somewhere now. I'm glad, you know. I've got somewhere to go to. If I go back, I've got a little business, but it wasn't easy.
You know, it's not easy at all. And also, I appreciate you mentioning this about the mortgages, because sometimes people think I'm out here, I don't have time in my life, I just attack people with mortgages. Why would I be doing that? I'm just saying there's other alternatives which you can look at, you know. So I mean, I don't have any beef with anyone who wants to get a mortgage. And anyway, how can I tell anyone to do anything? But it's just that sometimes, you know, when people have a certain way of looking at things and you propose something that's slightly different, oh my goodness, it will feel like it is terrible. But yes, you know, I'm glad, Kuti, you know, you worked hard, because, you know, when you work hard, at least you respect how you earn that money and you don't just let it go easily. Like with me, when I'm back home, if my car is not working, I jump into the combi. I don't have to show anyone that I've come from diaspora. Who cares about that? My focus is trying to make my business work, my retirement work, you know? I'm not there to be flashy with anyone because I know how hard this money is. You see now. So,
but Mkoma, do you think? Sorry to cut you. Do you think that I'm starting to realize at a certain age, there was a time when I thought Kuti, you know, I don't know if I thought I would be young all the time. I'm not very old, but there was a time when I started thinking, but you know, I've come here, I've done this, I've done that, but this age, the upcoming, or, you know, the age that I am now, I really need to start to think about what I want to be doing when I'm old. And also, like you say, some people, you know, when it matters so much what people think about them, and especially nowadays where we're judging each other, or your value is stipulated by material positions, which you still have to have. But you know, some people zvamataura zvemota, mumwe munhu will choose to kutoti inini kana mota yangu isingashande, I'm not going anywhere, because they want people to see them line a motor. So I don't know whether it's age or is it, you know, I know people have commented, some, you know, we all thrive, we're like desert plants, we thrive in different environments, but yet we see, most of the time we see like some old people who, or older guys, whereby, you know, I always say to people, you know, nature will balance you, where people then become ill or something, for some reason, something happens, and then they come back, that's not anything.
Yes.
Yet there were the people who kuchamisira nezvimwe zvinhu, and people were saying, why shouldn't people enjoy their wealth, why are you discouraging people? So I don't know, kuti ipapo, is it age or does it just come naturally?
No, it's not kuti it's age or it comes naturally. Sometimes it's a realization, because you see, reality kicks into people at different levels, at different stages. Because there will come a time where you'll realize, you know what, I just want a simple life. I even respect someone, they came to the UK, they've made mistakes with money, maybe they took credit cards, they're now charging you 10 times the amount you borrowed, and so on and so forth. You've made mistakes, it's fine. But it's the time to really forget about what people think about you and focus on yourself. Even if you say you want to retire kumusha, that's your program. You should not fear, what are people going to say? And this is why sometimes we live beyond our means. What are people going to say? Do you see what I mean? When it comes to that, I'm cold-hearted. Sometimes I even go back home. I don't even tell anyone I'm going home. Because it's about me and what I want to do. I can't please everyone. And the thing is, people back home is, if you try to please people, they're the same people, when you stop giving them what they want, they're the same people who laugh at you and go behind your back. So with me, it's about me, what I want in my retirement. If things fail, it's okay. If it works, it's okay. But I'm not trying to live my life for anyone. You may bump into me in Harare, even walking in the city. This is not motor, but I've been in diaspora for 21 years. My car is broken down. At that moment, I don't have money to fix the car. And that's life. Do you see what I mean? So I would say to anyone, don't try and live your life for somebody else or for people to say, look at me now. If you are able to live within your means and to live according to your program, I think that's the best maturity anyone can get.
That's very true. And what's your advice to the people who are coming now, as opposed to, the old gang, Rikuma 1999, 2000? What would you say to someone, we are on course or, as a dependent? Right.
Those people who are coming now, I would say, really focus on making your money and make a plan for your life as soon as possible. Because you see, the guys who are coming now have a massive advantage. They don't have to worry with the atinama paper or stuff like that, because they have everything sorted. So they need to have a plan. And I'm telling you right now, and I'm not biased or anything, retiring in the UK versus retiring back home, there's a big difference. There's a massive difference. So you're better off retiring back home. That's my opinion. Yes. So I would say they have to make a plan and work towards a plan. If they just live for the sake of living in the diaspora, they're going to have a lot of problems, because this is a country, because my background is in marketing. This is a country that will market you something that you don't even like, or something that you don't even need. Do you see what I mean? And if you just blink, you realize money is gone. And now you're working for, I'll give you a simple example, an iPhone. You can be paying £70 for an iPhone for the next 2 years. But what are you doing? No, that's how much it costs if you take it on a contract. Yeah, especially people like to go for the big version, the 16 Pro Max.
The new one.
Exactly. Anyway, my sister, thank you very much for calling. Let me take some of these calls.
Thank you, keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Hello?
Hello.
Before I take your call, I would just like to make an announcement here. Someone has just donated a massive amount of money. Tendai, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. In fact, you know what? You know what that means. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. Sister, are you still on the call?
Yeah, I'm still on the call.
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I've got a little 1-year-old in the background. She's sleeping, so if you hear a little bit of
no worries.
sound.
Okay, talk to me.
Yeah.
What's your story? What's your contribution?
Okay, so I live in the UK. I came to the UK in 99 when I was 13 years old to live with my aunt. And I've been here, obviously, like almost coming up to 26 years. And growing up in the UK, you know, my aunt also, she had paper issues. So I spent like almost 10 years in this country without actually being able to go back to see like parents and things like that. When I say auntie, I mean tete, right? And then she passed away when I was 18. So from the age of 18, I had to figure out life by myself in this foreign country.
Wow.
Of course, relatives, you know, they do their own thing. They think, oh, you're 18, you can just get on and get by. So I really had to try to navigate life. But one thing that my aunt had actually made sure that I did was nursing. And I guess everybody just thought, oh, well, now you're in university and you're studying to be a nurse, you'll finish and figure it out, which is exactly what I did. I don't want to really make it a long story, but to cut a long story short, you know, I was living hand to mouth really, because also I remember that I had left my mom and my dad and my sisters and my brothers, my sister and my brothers in Zimbabwe. So I think from a very young age, in my young 13-year-old mind, I always realized there was a responsibility that I had to carry. And so my whole working life just was centered around sending money to Zimbabwe, and I didn't do anything for myself. Didn't buy a house, didn't buy a stand, didn't do nothing, right? So well into my 20s, then I ended up getting married at 29. I met my husband, who actually helped me to center me a little bit, because I was kind of like a little bit in an identity crisis. I felt like I wasn't Zimbabwean enough. I felt like I wasn't British enough, if that makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense.
So, yes, because when I eventually was able to go to Zimbabwe, people were like, oh, you know, you work with diaspora and all this sort of thing. And then you're thinking, no, I want to belong, you know? And then you're here, you're always seen as a foreigner. So, but my husband is somebody who had come here in 2002, like in his early 20s. I think it was about 21 or 22 at the time. And he had lived some adult life in Zimbabwe. So he is very quite centered, and he grew up on a farm, and he said to me that he always wanted to go and live in Zimbabwe. And when he would say those things, when we're kind of planning about the future, he used to petrify me to go back to live in Zimbabwe, because I thought, well, I'm sure my parents sent me here because this is the better opportunity, even though I had nothing to my name, you know? So to cut a long story short, anyway, my husband had always brought that up in our marriage, that look, Zimbabwe's the goal, Zimbabwe's the goal. And then COVID hit, and you know, we'd actually been given a commercial building by a family, well, my in-laws, and then he started building that commercial building, you know, and I was very against it. I thought, no, we need to buy a house, we need to get on we need to get a mortgage, we need to do all these things. And then and you know, it's only fast forward like 5 years later, I'm so grateful that he did not listen to me, because not only did we just go through sort of like infertility issues, and then we had kids later on in our marriage, but the way the world has changed, the way the first world countries have changed, is making me feel like I really want to raise my kids in Zimbabwe. And so my husband was like, Zimbabwe's the goal. And now I'm on the same wavelength as him. But I almost feel out of place to go and restart a life in Zimbabwe, which is basically I want to, you know. But it's like, what do I do? Does that make sense? So my mom actually still lives in Zimbabwe. She lives in Harare, and my dad, they bought this big land, you know how people used to buy houses, and then they've got like a big plot of land in Harare somewhere. So they've got about 8,000 square meters on the house. And she started doing some broiler chickens, and she's only doing like 50, you know. And she said to me that the moment she's done, like after the 6 weeks, everybody in the area is like rushing after them, you know, and within a day or two they're gone. And they kept saying, oh, you know, go, why did you make us wait for another 6 weeks, you know? And so she said to me, I want to do this on a bigger scale, but I'm getting older. And I thought, you know, I could probably plug in and maybe that could do that, you know, with her, you know. But I have no experience. I've only done healthcare. I have no experience in any poultry or anything like that. So I've been following your channel so closely, and honestly, this conversation tonight has really helped me, especially the gentleman that said that he's in the UK and he's got cameras and all of these things. Because I always worry about, people stealing, like what happened to you in your experience, stealing, your poultry and things like that. And a lot of people are also discouraging me. They're saying, oh, the market is so saturated. Everybody does wood, everybody does eggs, everybody does this. How can you leave your nursing job? How can you leave the shift? How can you uproot your 3-year-old and your 1-year-old and go to Zimbabwe? Everyone is running away from Zimbabwe, and you never lived there, so you will never know. So it's like, there's a lot more negativity than this positivity. Honestly, this channel has become a safe haven for me. It's like people are talking my language, if that makes sense.
Wow.
So,
no, it's really.
I don't know what advice you have for me.
No, it's really great to hear that. My advice for you is, you see, I always like to say, follow your calling, follow your dream. Okay. Now, I want to touch the first thing that you mentioned about experience. Do you think I have experience in chickens? I have zero.
I don't know.
I have zero experience. Okay, I was even scared to run after a roadrunner or even the broilers. Right now, I can tell you I can't even kill a broiler. Okay, I'm still sensitive. Do you see what I mean? Zero experience. It's just a passion. That I have. Even vegetables, I just learn as I go. But it's a passion of mine. So don't let experience discourage you. Because what you're doing now is you are making this whole thing bigger, but there isn't really anything to worry about. You can just learn how to do it. There's if you really want to get into it, you can find, people that have studied, poultry and all these. There are so many young guys out there. They can teach you. You can learn with them. If you don't really want to do it, get people to manage it for you. But then again, you have to be very careful. But if you love it, go hands-on. There's nothing wrong with being hands-on. It's actually fun. Secondly, you mentioned that you can't fit in. My 22-year-old son, he was born in the UK. Okay? He goes to Zimbabwe whenever he wants on his own. He navigates it himself. He loves it so much. And he's learning the language. He speaks broken Shona and he's just going with it. Do you see what I mean? That's the kind of attitude you need to have. Because at the end of the day, belonging is very important. Sometimes we may lie to ourselves and say, I'm British. I'm not saying, I don't want to be negative. Okay, you have a British passport, whatever it is, you think you're British, it's okay. But deep down, the DNA will always be Zimbabwe.
Absolutely.
Do you see what I mean? And that's where you'll have connection. My son gets fascinated sometimes when he goes to these occasions where they gather, let's say it's a funeral or they go to what's it called again, memorial. He loves going there because he wants to learn more about the culture. Because when I had these kids growing up here, we were just working. There's nothing for them to experience. So now that's his connection, and his connection is even bigger with Africa. Do you see what I mean? He doesn't care about Europe. He's not even interested. And he's just a simple guy. Not that I tell him what to do. No, but he just loves it. He spends time with my mom. My mom doesn't speak very good English. He spends time with my mom. They laugh. They speak broken Shona. And they just continue. That's the way you're supposed to be looking at life. Don't feel like, I can't be a part of Zimbabwe. What are you talking about? You're Zimbabwean. And you know what?
Absolutely.
You have land. Oh, my goodness. You're in a very very good situation. You're in a very, very good situation. I would say go for it and don't feel intimidated. And just work on your plan. I mean, the good thing here is you have a supporting husband, okay? He's streetwise and he knows what time it is. So at least work with him. Work with him. There's no place like home. I'm telling you this.
Yeah. I think most people just think like, I think someone was talking about being homesick in the chat, and I was thinking, I think there's nothing wrong with that either. being homesick. And
there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
These countries can never feel like home. And I remember somebody saying, take away money, where would you be? Like, if money wasn't an issue, where would you want to be?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
And I think sometimes we're living our lives with money at the forefront. And what happens in these countries is that you work and you slave. It's modern day slavery. You work and you slave up until you're I'm turning 40 this year. So I was like, no, life begins at 40. I'm not doing this anymore. I've done this for over 20 years with nothing to show. Mostly, I mean, I could have, I don't know, houses.
I was speaking to, there's a lady that called me earlier on today, and I was saying to her, up until when was COVID? 2021, I think?
2020, yeah.
Yes, up until that point, I had no house. Nothing to go back to Zimbabwe for. My parents were poor, no land, no house. And because my dad was from Mozambique, we don't even have a kumusha to go to. Can you imagine? And I'm supposed to go back home to Zimbabwe. Where? Where to? My mom has a small house when my dad passed away. You know, how am I going to start? Like, I got 5 kids. How do I even go back to Zim? To what? To where? And start where? With what money? So I just had a breakthrough where my business worked out, and that's how I managed to do this. I didn't have no savings in 2021. 0 savings. How can you save with 5 children and you're trying to get the best out of them? It's impossible.
Yeah,
do you see what I mean? So I will say to you, you are in a very, very privileged position because you have land, you have a supporting husband, you are Zimbabwean. So stop going through this in the defensive. You'll never win a fight blocking punches. You know, I'm giving a boxing analogy. Sometimes you have to go for it.
Yeah. And I think people that are coming now really need to take a leaf out of our books who've been here for years and years and years.
Yes.
And I think a lot of people, when you're telling them these things, they think you're trying to block their success or trying to block them. And they're saying, oh, let me do my 20s and tell you what I've got to think about it later on. Like, listen, you don't want to do that. And the way especially the UK I speak for, the way it's going. And another thing that we don't talk about is what's being taught in these schools. And
yeah. That's even another topic. That's even another
people
topic.
People coming from Zimbabwe so blindsided. They just think, oh, free education. I don't have to worry about school fees. But your kids are going into this version, go China, all these things.
Exactly. And so it's really tough. I would say to you, my sister, go for it. Okay, go for it. Don't even hold back. I mean, Zimbabweans are amazing people. They are very welcoming. You'll fit in. You don't even need to worry about that. And stop listening to the negative energy and the negative vibes from people. Just let your work with your husband, and you'll be in a very good place. Definitely.
Okay. One last thing before I go, I wanted to ask, thank you very much for that advice, but it's just about the networking. I think that's key as well, because I mean, like I said, I don't really know people in Zimbabwe. So if I'm going to start something with my mom, I mean, she's in her 70s now, but like networking, like to find these markets where you sell, I just don't know where to start with all that.
No, first of all, your mom is selling them anyway. These chickens, they're going. Okay. So why are you complicating this whole equation? Your mom is already selling, and they're saying, why is it you're only making a few and now we have to wait for 6 weeks? What market are you talking about? Unless, you want to go for the 10,000 broilers, which I say don't do it. Okay?
Okay.
Start slowly. Learn from my mistakes as well. Start slowly, do your 100, 150, and just grow slowly,
Okay.
Yes, definitely. I know you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Make sure you join Ruwa Organic there so we can have a community.
I already have.
Oh, fantastic.
I really have. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Okay, bye.
Okay, cheers. Bye-bye. Right. Oh my goodness, there's so many people calling. Right, I think. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Organic.
How are you? Oh, before you continue, hold on 1 second. I just need to thank.
Okay.
There's some donations here. Clive Musimanga, thank you so much for the donation. No, you're awesome. Mads, Mommy Don, awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. Yes, carry on. I'm with you now.
Okay. First of all, I just wanted to thank you for your content. I really enjoy your content. I am also from Ruwa, so that makes me really proud.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. So my diaspora situation is a bit different. I'm in Canada.
Okay.
I'm 21. So yeah, I've really had a hard time coming here because I failed my A levels and I had to come here through my O levels.
Right.
But I've really managed to thrive because the education, even though Zimbabwe, we kind of say it's a bad place, the education is really good because I've been able to compete with these Canadians and I'm really thriving. So my question to you was that now the political situation in Canada is now kind of up in the air. You know, Canada used to be a place where you come, you do your school, you get a work permit after, and then you're able to get a PR, which is sort of like a green card. But now they're trying to close that tap, that immigration tap. So my thinking was, how do I best prepare? Like, I'm 21, I'm still pretty young, but how do I best prepare for, let's say, if this Canada thing doesn't work out? Like, what can I do to prepare, maybe at home or even to immigrate to another country? But I just want something so that in the end, when I leave here, I have something to go back to. I just want to prepare as early as possible. So I just wanted to ask you your advice in that regard.
Okay. First of all, my question to you is, how old did you say you were?
21.
21. You're very, very young. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, you're slightly younger than my firstborn. But anyway, what's your passion? What do you like?
So currently I'm pursuing computer science. I'm really passionate about tech.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're into programming and that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I want to give you a very good example. I've got a very good friend of mine. I wouldn't say friend of mine, but we've known each other for a long time. He's a developer for WordPress working in Zimbabwe.
Okay.
So computer science, programming, that kind of stuff, as long as you have an internet connection, you can get a job.
Okay.
But you need to work on the actual programming stuff. Make some projects, right, with your programming skills. I'll give you my experience. I worked with a company called Elegant Themes, and I've spoken to a lot of the programmers there. All they do is they are given a small program to design in PHP and Python. And if they get it correct, that's their job. That's it, they're in. Do you see what I mean?
Okay, nice.
Secondly, use content. Create a lot of tutorials on PHP, your coding stuff. That can be an extra income because people want to learn these skills. And if you're very good at teaching, you can teach yourself. If you're very good at that, that's your other side income. Do you see what I mean?
Okay.
You shouldn't be in a position where you're really scared of, what should I do? You have a skill, and you can actually learn all these things online. My marketing, I don't have a marketing degree. My marketing is learned online. Okay. And I'm actually working with big brands as we speak right now. But I taught myself online. How do these companies find me? They find me because I create tutorials. I talk about real projects, real solutions for companies, and they find me, and that's how they hire me. I make tutorials, I make courses, So these are the sort of things, this is where the world is changing. Don't just think of work as in physical working. There's now things like AI. There's so much has changed. When I was in school, we were reading textbooks. So don't use our formula that we used back in the day today. Try to be more creative and try to look for other opportunities. It shouldn't be just work.
Yeah, true.
Especially computer science. You can do so much online. I'm telling you. So much online. You don't even need to have a degree. You can do most of this stuff online, and you can approach companies.
Okay.
Do yourself, create some projects yourself, and then use those as your portfolio. That would work really well for you.
Okay.
Yes, but use that as as an ongoing way of trying to get yourself familiarized with with programming.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay.
right. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Ruwa Organics. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you? I think you have me on another device. Can you lower the volume on the other device, please?
Yes, I have.
Fantastic. Okay, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Great. I'm calling from Ireland, and I absolutely enjoy your content. It's brilliant.
Oh, really? You're watching from Ireland? That's amazing.
Oh, yes.
Awesome.
Next door neighbor.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. What you speak about on your channel is really, really the truth. Not only in the UK, but also here as well.
Mm-hmm.
The system that they have here is, you're so right. It's like you're trapped.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's like you're I came here when I was 17 years old.
Oh, wow.
Yes, my mom was here since 2001, and she's already built her retirement home and is flying back home because she's done with this place. But I suppose what I just want to say is when Zimbabweans come, at least in my mom's case, when she came over here,
mm-hmm.
she just wanted us to get a good education, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Things were getting really rough in 2001.
Yes, I remember that, yeah.
So when she did come, she just had it in her mind that she just wants to get us all educated. And then once she has that done, she's going to go back home.
Mm-hmm.
And she's finally living her dream now. She has accomplished that.
Mm-hmm.
And she's finally moving back home. But,
wow.
Yes. But now, the past year, I've just had a draw back to going back home, you know, after spending so much time here.
Mm-hmm.
And just seeing how life is. And I don't know about the UK, but in Ireland, our weather isn't the best.
Yep, same thing as the UK.
Yeah, it's always gloomy, it's always cloudy, it's always raining, and it just really isn't like home,
mm-hmm.
you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember a couple of times I went back to Zim, and seeing Zim the way it was, you know, I didn't really get a draw to go back. But it's only recently now that I'm raising my own children that I'm like, oh, when we were in Zim, we used to go outside, play pada, do all those kind of things, you know.
Exactly. You know, you start appreciating the small stuff, you know.
You start appreciating the small things, yeah.
You see, like
even just going outside.
Yeah.
You can't go outside here. It's always raining. So you can't really, you know.
You see, with me growing up, I used to love sugarcane throughout my primary school, even high school. So when I spent so much time over here in the UK, every time I go back, I buy so much sugarcane. I can even skip breakfast and just eat sugarcane, you know, because I connect with that so much with how I was growing up while I was, in primary school and even in high school. And these are the sort of things that I can't even do here. I enjoy that so much. Where even like my neighbors would come and just say, you know what, break me a piece, and then we can just sit and start talking, and I can relate to those guys, you know. But remember, there is always a positive and a negative. But for me personally, there's more of the positive about Zim than the negative. And people differ, by the way. I'm not saying to anyone Zim is amazing, blah blah blah. It's up to the individual, but it has a lot more of the positives for me, and I really love it. That's why, you know, I put everything, my money's everything in Zim. Even though I'm failing right now, but still I'm focused on what? On Zim. So I can relate to what you're saying, because, you know, as we grow older, you start asking yourself, who am I? Where am I? Where do I belong? What am I going to do? Like with me personally, retiring in the UK in my 60s, it freaks me out. It's scary. Right now, I'm lonely as I am. I have no friends right now, right? Can you imagine At 70. That's not happening.
Imagine that.
No.
Life here, like it is so tough. And what I say, exact same mindset. I was just saying I would never retire here. Now my husband is Irish, and that's the difficulty of the thing, because my husband is originally from here, and it's only recently that I've actually convinced him that Zimbabwe might be a good retirement place, and he's on board.
Fantastic.
So you can
100%
on board. So you can imagine how delighted I was to finally realize that he's going to be on board. I think you made a video there a few days ago about a supportive partner, and it's 100% like it's true. If your partner is not supportive, you can't really move forward with what your thoughts are.
You can't.
So even though I had it in my head that I want to go back home and retire back home in the sun, I don't want to retire here in a cold place. It took a lot of convincing him that it could be a good retirement plan. So we're currently working on that, and hopefully we will achieve it.
No, I think you will. I think you will, because it starts with a dream, and then it's followed by action. Okay. And so I'm pretty confident that you will make it happen, and you're not making a bad decision. Just follow that dream. I'm only surprised that you're I think the third person I spoke to today that came to the UK at 17, 18. I didn't know that people were coming that early.
Oh yeah. No, my mom just really wanted us to get a good education, and in fairness to her, she really worked hard for that. She was a single mom, and she did it all. There was 5 of us, and at some stage, all 5 of us were here. My sister first came to do her master's. That's how my sister came. And I think you would fairly appreciate, if you're coming from Zimbabwe and you're paying fees as a non-EU citizen, that fees is ridiculously expensive.
Oh, yes.
But my mom somehow managed to get that money to get my sister, who's the firstborn in our family, over here, do her master's, and she was able to finish her master's, and she went on to do a PhD in economics. And after she finished her PhD, she moved back to SA because her husband was back home. So she's in SA now. And then my brother, who was the second, also came here at some stage in Ireland, and his situation was a little bit different. He had to come as an asylum seeker, and he hated it because he had to live in a place where he was trying to get documentation, and he just flew back to them, and it wasn't for him, he hated every bit of it. So he flew back home, but he was able to find good employment in the Middle East. So that's where he is at the moment.
Fantastic.
And then myself and my brother and my little sister, we moved here because we were under 18. So if you're under 18, the visa is quite easy to get, like a reunification visa. But after you're 18, you can't get a reunification visa. So for anyone who wants to come here, if you have kids back home, just know that if they pass 18, it'll be a little bit tricky to bring them over because they're not regarded as minors anymore.
They're adults,
so
yes.
You just have to, they're adults. So you just have to be a little bit mindful of that because you might be separated for longer than you would anticipate.
Awesome.
So that's a lot to consider. But working on our retirement plan and looking at your videos and seeing where, things that you need to improve on and things that we need to work on. And we're hoping that we've learned from the mistakes that you've made. And, the first thing that we did on our farm was to look for water.
Wow.
And
No, so how is the farm doing?
Well, we're only starting. So we're only starting the farm, and our yields this time around are not great. They're not as expected, but we're still hoping to make a bit of a profit from what we're doing. So the first thing that we did was just try out with the rains, because November is the rainy season. We only started last year. And we started off with the sweet potato because it's very resistant to drought, So we said we'd start with that. And we started with that, and we're harvesting now. So the harvest is going okay. Yeah,
Fantastic.
It's going okay. At least we're harvesting something. We put something in the ground, and at least we started. And that's what I would encourage everybody.
You know what?
Who has a dream to go back home.
A journey of 1,000 miles. It always has to start with the first step, and you've done the first step. So, kudos to you. That's really, really awesome. I mean, you're always going to learn, and just stay focused. And yes, I wish you all the best in your plans. So, thank you so much. Make sure you join the community on Ruwa Organic so we can.
Oh, I certainly will. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the content.
Okay, thank you so much.
Enjoy it. Thanks a million. Have a good one.
And you.
Bye. Bye.
Wow, this is really getting very exciting now. So many people are calling. There's another donation. Let me see. Hello? Can you?
Yes. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thanks. Can you hold on 1 second? There's a lot of feedback in the back. Can you lower the volume, please?
I did.
Fantastic. Just pause 1 minute because I just need to thank one of our subscribers here. Now I can't pronounce the name. My day. No, I can't pronounce it. But anyway, it's $5. Thank you so much. And the question here is, I hope you're recording this and we'll post it later. Mr. Ruwa, yes, I'm definitely recording this. It's going to be on the YouTube channel. So don't worry. You can always listen to this afterwards. Thank you very much for the contribution. That was really awesome. Okay, my brother, carry on.
Wonderful. How are you, Mr. Ruwa Organic Farm?
I'm good. You know what? This show is getting so exciting. I was feeling a bit sleepy earlier on, but now I'm full of energy.
Wonderful. I love it. I'm in Canada.
Okay.
And one thing I just want to compliment about you is your content. It's amazing.
Really?
I started following you from long way back. Yes, before I just came here 2 years ago. So I used to follow you ever since when I'm still in South Africa.
Wow.
So I just want to compliment you. It's just the content is amazing. It's just genuine. You don't paint with a white brush when you want to paint with black. You say it as it is. You understand?
Yes.
That's something that actually I do get it that a lot of Zimbabweans now, wherever we are, diaspora, I've been traveling all my life, half of my life. I've been there in the UK, Australia, now Canada, United States. And I can tell you what, there's no place like home. So the issue is, I just want to contribute something that I've been learning all these years from your content and from the real aspect of life.
Right.
So here it goes. I've been going home back and forth and for a while working abroad.
Okay.
After staying in South Africa for 12 years, I've been in South Africa. Then obviously migrated to Canada. But I want to tell you something, and I think most of Zimbabweans will agree with me on this one. So the situation is, when you get back home, I have 2 houses. I have my own houses. I don't rent. My family is still in Zimbabwe right now. My wife and my 2 kids. We're actually doing well now, but the issue is about trust.
Right.
I think you did a video about a partner. I would like to say to my wife, she has been a pillar to everything that we have been planning and going on because of her. So it really, really matters because I don't have any. I used to keep rabbits. I love animals when I was still back home, long time ago. But sometime last year, my brother, my own blood brother, like the last one, we agreed on investing in chicken business.
Right.
So as I was there, so it's all about funding, right?
Yes.
So I took out a chunk of money to invest in chicken farming. So, and it did not end well. Actually, we our eyes were bigger, and it's all about trust issues.
Right.
So the business was being run in Zimbabwe whilst I'm here, trying to get things done whilst you're here. It's something that is, I don't think it's something that you want to do, even your close relatives, your own biological, your siblings can mislead you, can do things that you will never ever imagine yourself can happen. So I later realized, and I lost a lot of money, I lost everything. So later on realized, you know what, why don't I do this with my wife? But instead of keeping road runners, and we said, oh, let's invest in layers. So we started doing this chicken business with my wife, and it's doing very, very, very well. Everything is crystal clear. And you know what? I realized I should have done it long time ago with my wife. Maybe by now, I should be somewhere. You see?
No.
Somebody
On that point, you know what? Sometimes you need to experience these setbacks for you to come up with the better ideas. Do you see what I mean?
Absolutely.
So you wouldn't have chosen your wife if things were going to work out with your brother. Now, I want to give you a scenario, okay? Imagine your brother, you worked with your brother, you did, let's say, batches of 1,000, now you're on 5,000, and then he then scams you at 5,000 chickens. All right?
Imagine. Yes.
You would feel more pain. So you have to be happy that it happened while it was not the big numbers. To then decide to do it with your wife. That's how you're supposed to look at it. So even with me, that's how I look at things sometimes. Okay, I can be crying today that I lost almost 50K. What if I started losing it at 300K? Would I be able to handle it? Exactly.
No.
So this sometimes we have to be positive, but at the same time, look at the bigger picture, you know? These setbacks, they're very good lessons as well. Yes.
And another thing that I wanted to contribute, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Diaspora, especially for those ones, like at least now people can see, like for example here, I've seen a lot of people who have been here for a long time, like 23 years, 30 years. Okay, I'm 2 years, but I've been traveling around, I understand. The thing is, they still, shall I say, they still see the Zimbabwe of 1992, the Zimbabwe of 1991. That's the Zimbabwe that is still in their picture. So they still think, if I can tell you, like in my rural area, like where I come from, you would think it's something else because people are building nice houses. Wow. So they don't know that Zimbabwe has shifted from that era to this. And people are making it. I'm not saying, trust me, I'm not saying living in diaspora is bad. I don't want to. There are some good things here. There are some good things that are happening here. But we should open up our minds. We should open up our eyes, shall I say, to see that we can do better. And I love your content because you don't sugarcoat things. You say it as it is. So in other words, they still see that Zimbabwe that was there in 1991 with those little huts. It's no longer like that.
It's different.
No longer like that.
Things have changed.
People are living off-grid. Good houses, mansions are being built in my area. What about the whole of Zimbabwe? It's crazy how some of these houses are, and how people are investing back home. So that's I try, and when you try to bring this on the table to challenge or to say something positive about investing back home and as far as projects, properties, they will be like, oh no. They still perceive that Zimbabwean, 1991, 1992. So that's another thing that is failing the diaspora, especially to engage with what is going on or to invest back home. It's not about So it's all about seeing things differently from a different perspective, shall I say?
Now, I also want to add something to what you've just said. Do you know that the diaspora crew, especially the guys us that came 2001, I'm telling you, in 10 years' time, things are going to be so expensive in Zimbabwe. To even try and build something and try and even retire. Right now, things are expensive as it is. Do you know building in Zimbabwe is not cheap?
It's not cheap. Yeah, that's another thing. Because you see, that's another thing. When I was building my other house, I was talking to guys at work, so some are like from Kenya, it's when you say just for screens and something else, I was charged like $3,000, right? They're like, no, are you crazy? That's so, what, US dollars? They said, yes, it's in US dollars. They said, no, are you crazy? That's so much. Then I said, no, this is how it is back home.
Yes.
So it's another way. In 10 years' time, as you are saying, it's going to be more expensive.
Way more expensive, yes. Way more expensive. And it's scary because at the moment, people are just saying to each other, Zimbabwe is this, Zimbabwe is that. I would say, even in the rural areas, there's nothing wrong with that. Rural areas, I used to hate it when I was a kid. I remember in grade 7, because my grandmother used to be from Mutoko, right? We used to go for a holiday for a month deep in the rural areas. I used to hate it so much. But in 2000, after COVID, I went to my in-laws' rural area there. The air was so clean.
Exactly.
The fruits, because I love lemon tea and lemon. The lemons were just like straight from the tree. They were so fresh.
Fresh. You just take it from the tree, you cut it. It's exactly. You see, this is another thing. You see, this is the life you only get it from home. You never. What is here? Especially now, another situation that I want to bring. It's about relocating the family from Zim to here. But surely there are some things that I've observed here that I see. As much as these countries they are good, trust me, they are good, but they come with a lot of things that we don't want to talk about, but it's there. For example, depression, number one. I'll mention about depression. It's something that is real in these countries. Because what will happen in these countries? Okay, I'll give you a straight example. You don't work, you don't have money, you lose your job, you will not have money to pay for bills, you don't have money for this. It's easy for you to become homeless. That's number one. You can be homeless anytime. Whereas back home, that will never happen. You are surrounded. So that family that is surrounding you is very important. And here, you hear people are busy. You might have a cousin, a brother from where, but they are busy. There's no those unions, that unions, let's say, that we have at home. Another thing, kids here, it's all about, yes, of course, we will strive. Our kids should have this best health care, should have this best education. Yes, it's good. But what will they become of tomorrow? Because you're looking at things here, the kids that we can see are growing up here, or the kids that we found here. Things are crazy, Things are crazy. Kids
they're serious.
With so many rights, so many, these things are not as you see or portray from that different angle. Seeing it UK, Canada, Australia from another angle. It's totally different. So a piece of advice, if you are doing well at home, if you got that small little business that is giving you an income at the end of the day, please keep it too. Keep it and have it as don't aspire or don't wish to go abroad. For different reasons, I would understand. But please, I would urge, especially my fellow Zimbabweans, if you are doing well at home, there's no absolute. Trust me, I've been everywhere. I've been to those countries that you would think, I feel like those either 5 countries: New Zealand, Australia, Canada, UK, United States. I've been there. It's not something that you just come and then you think things will just work out. No, it doesn't work like that. So unless for some reason, for good reason, you have to relocate. Oh, wow, good for you.
Yes,
relocate.
yes.
But if you are doing well at home, please concentrate on that. If you have a good project, I have a good friend of mine. He's a well-established businessman. At some point, I stopped him. Why would you come here? You have a good business. You got a good structure of business. It's doing well. The kids are going to good schools. You can afford to go on holiday in Zimbabwe. And you want to come and work here. I stopped him.
That's very good.
Was last year before I went to Australia. I stopped him. I not in a bad way. Yes, he was upset, but I just told him straight away. You will regret. This will be your worst ever mistake that you want to do. So just concentrate on what you have.
No, you know what? It's always refreshing to hear it from somebody else, because sometimes when I say it, people think I'm crazy or I'm being biased. So coming from you, someone who has traveled even way more than me, it's always a good thing, and it's a positive thing, because you're doing it out to help people, not just to stop them from wanting to progress in life. So. Thank you very much for your contribution. I really, really appreciate it. So once again, thank you so much. And let's continue on. I think I'll be doing more of these live shows, because I'm starting to enjoy them.
That's what I wanted to say. I wanted to say that keep up the good job and don't stop. You are actually inspiring. You are actually inspiring to a number of people. We follow you every time you upload a video. We do watch.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your help. I appreciate it.
Keep it up, sir.
All right, thank you. Hello?
Hello?
Yes. How are you?
Hi, sir. How is it?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm very good. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you for these programs. We are enjoying, and I've been following you from way back. And I always laugh with my friends, because I always encourage my guys to invest back home. So when you were posting your videos, like that time when you were scammed and all that, so I used to call it, that guy, he has been given paper too. And, just laughing about it. In a good way.
In a good way.
Yes. So, I just want to encourage, because my story, I migrated from South Africa. I've been in South Africa for 13 years.
Okay.
Then South Africa was going down, But when I was just focusing at the tail, South Africa going down, and the issues of papers in South Africa made me to move away from South Africa to move here with my family. So we recently came. So we came here 2023.
Okay.
So we are here.
When you say you're here, are you in the UK?
In UK, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we are here in UK, yes.
Right.
Yes, so
I want to hear a lot from you now, because you've just recently come. I mean, we have a lot to talk about.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay, what the UK that is marketed back in Africa is not the UK that you see when you get here. This is according to me what I've discovered. It's not exactly the UK that you were dreaming about when you were back home there. And also the second point that I realized, when you're coming here, it's not a matter of just saying there's an opportunity, let's go. You need to plan. You don't just come. You need to have a strategy to plan to say, okay, I give you, I want to give examples of myself. In South Africa, I was doing great. Me and my wife, we were both accountants. I was actually a finance manager in South Africa, and I left that job. Yeah. I had to sit down with my wife before we moved, and I told her, look, I think there's an opportunity for our kids there, but it's gonna hit us hard, because for me, there was a window of those COS that just opened. So I told my wife, okay, I'm gonna go through that COS thing, which means when I get there, I'm not gonna do the job of my profession. I'll be going into care work.
Right.
But for you, you continue to do your accounting job.
Right.
So these are some of the things that we discussed before we come here. Was if you see nowadays the people who recently came, there are a lot of divorces happening. There are a lot of fights happening and scandals of the people who recently come because they came before they discussed. Just imagine now when I came here, it means obviously my wife is gonna earn more than what I'm earning.
Right. Okay.
Well, now I'm doing a care work and she's continuing into accounting. You get it? So such things people need to discuss it before they come, so that when you get here, the problem that you see with Zimbabweans mostly, the women now they feel empowered because they're just earning either more than the men or they're at same level. It's different from Africa where the men is saying, okay, I'm earning more, you must listen to me, that kind of thing. So it's somehow like giving the women power to challenge the men, and without this proper communication between the two, you find now we are having this cyclone of Zimbabweans divorcing, cyclone of Zimbabweans fighting each other and all that.
But hang on, tell me something, because I'm not aware of the Zimbabweans, because I'm not in any circles in the UK of Zimbabweans. So are you telling me that there's a lot of Zimbabweans divorcing? The recent crew that have just come here?
There's major. I can say it's a tsunami wave that is happening. It's something that is happening almost every day. You hear stories of that guy now is in arguments with the wife. They are not linking. There's a lot of things that's happening with Zimbabweans at the moment.
Wow.
Which I fear now for the families that are coming here. So, like I was saying, the UK that people come within mind is not really the UK that they are giving to their families or their children, which is very dangerous now to the kids and all that, because they are going in this home where things are breaking down.
So now I want to ask you, the UK that you thought was the UK, where did you get that idea from?
The UK that I thought?
Yes. Where were you getting these ideas from? How were you getting the imagination of, I think UK might be like this because such and such? I'm getting...
From you guys who came 2001. From you.
What did we do?
2001.
What did we do? What did we do? Explain.
I'll give you a simple example.
Okay.
This is another trap that the other point I wanted to stress also, that the people who are coming now, I fear that they are going to be trapped in the same trap that trapped the people that came before. Because what UK does now, which is different from South Africa, I was in South Africa, so I'm just comparing with South Africa in a little bit of Zimbabwe in terms of opportunities. You find that when you come to UK, if you want to buy a car, after you have completed maybe the first year in UK, if you go to Lloyd's and say I want to buy a car, or if you go on that car finance application, you find that they will throw you 60,000. Say, okay, you want a car? You're eligible for 60,000. Yes. So you find that there's no limit for you to go prestigious in UK. They don't care. They can give you anything that you want, but at the end of the day, it's you who's going to suffer because you need to pay at the end of the day. So you find that most people now, you'll be trapped with a Mercedes outside there, your wife is driving a BMW, both of you have cars, you've got the phones, like you were saying, you're paying £70 every month. Both of you, that's 140 for two people already. The child has got a phone as well. When you get here, you're 7-year-old, you've got a child, a phone, and then iPhone to make matters worse. So
let's go back. Because I feel personally attacked. Yeah. You personally attacked me. What did we do as guys? No, I'm saying it in a joking way. But what did we do to make you feel like the UK is amazing?
No, like they say that the grass looks greener from afar. Not really to say, okay, maybe I don't want to pin it on you guys. Say, okay, it's you. But what you see, when you see people posting their pictures in UK, when you see them driving, like I was giving an example, you see them driving latest cars. Any car that comes, they can drive latest cars. So This is a person in Africa seeing his friends who have moved to UK driving the latest cars. In Africa, you won't afford to go for the latest car.
Yeah. Now you see.
According to your pocket.
Now you see, young man. I mentioned this in one of my videos that sometimes we are to blame for sending all these pictures, because you can imagine sending someone a brand new Range Rover Sport, back home. They'll be thinking, "Wow, this is amazing," and whatever story you tell them, they'll never listen. I've got a young guy I was speaking to earlier on today, and this guy lives in my neighborhood. I was saying to him, "Look." You are repairing mobile phones and you are making so much money. You was making what, 200, 300, 400 a week, right?
Yeah.
And I said, the money you are making right now is a lot of money. I said, no. So basically he started avoiding me. And then he came to the UK. So he called me yesterday just to, catch up where I am and blah, blah, blah. So I asked him, how are things? He says, but now, now I see what you were talking about. Because you see, it's not easy. It's tough. It is tough.
Yeah.
And what you are saying now is actually shocking for me to hear that there's a lot of divorces happening and all this already. You guys are not even 5 years in.
For real, yeah. For real, it's happening. And
wow.
The level of unfaithfulness, if they are not divorcing, there's a level of unfaithfulness that is happening here. I don't know, the shortage of men or what. I don't know. But these are things that are just happening, and you'll be like, wow.
But you know what? Let's shift the focus a little bit. Let's talk about the positives. I'm surely you must be doing something. Let's talk about the positives.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So on the what did you say at the positive side of on the COS thing?
Okay, like I was saying, for me, UK is doing me well. Right?
Okay,
I'm okay. I don't regret my decision of leaving my post. I was one of the highest guys at my workplace, but moving here, I humbled myself to be at the lower position. But I was doing this for my family. So coming here with my strategy, the UK, it gives you the opportunity to raise whatever capital that you want, start your project or build a business that you want to do back in Africa. So you find that a person that is in Zimbabwe who wants to start maybe a chicken project compared to the person who's here. The person who's here has got a leverage of starting the chicken project, building it in a short space of time and start the project.
Okay. Now let me ask you a question. Are you talking about this in the sense that you are combining your salary with your wife or by yourself?
No. In me, I'm a married person. We, from the word go with my wife, we don't have this. We are not involved in this fiasco. 50-50, this is mine, this is what. We don't do that nonsense.
No. I know. I appreciate. I didn't mean it in that way. Yeah. I'm saying when you say you're able to raise capital, are you talking about you working with your wife and putting the money together, or what?
Yes, we.
Good.
Yeah, we. Yes, we. Was what works with us is the bills, they come. I deal with the bills. My wife deals with whatever small bills also that is happening. Whatever is left, we have our own joint account. Then we throw everything in there. Right? And from there, we plan what we want to do. Currently, we came 2003.
2003?
I had an opportunity
to the UK?
I mean, 2023. Sorry,
oh, okay.
2023.
Okay.
Yes. But from my side, I had an opportunity that my father left me land. So I had about 15 hectares of land that we were just doing subsistence. You get it? But when I came here now, I'm already trying to plan my retirement. Because I'm almost 40 now. Right?
Okay.
So already I'm planning my retirement. Because I've seen the guys who came here before who doesn't even have land back home, and I'm like, no. I don't want to be trapped in this this kind of people whereby I'll get to my 60s and I've got nothing at home. No, I'm not gonna do that. I like the point that you stressed, me being in care. Okay, I managed to go up with the ranks, so I'm now managing a scheme. So yes, so I have access to see how expensive it is to retire here or to to become old and start to get care. That care that you see is not for free. Those people are paying.
Right. So when you're in a care home, you're actually paying to be there.
Yes. It's not for free.
But
those people are paying.
But what about the pension? Doesn't the pension cover that?
Okay. What they do now, you find now what they're changing the laws. They used to say, okay, if you've got less than 50, then you qualify for these subsidies, whatever the government they help you with.
Right.
Now they've actually dropping it to, they're saying as long as you've got at least 18,000 in your account, you have to pay.
Wow.
You can manage. You have to pay. So sometimes people are saying, UK we have got healthcare facilities. Yes, everything is okay. That's an advantage side. But to get old here in UK becomes more expensive than to retire back home, like you were saying.
Yeah. No, that to me, I
now.
That I agree with you. That I agree with you 100%.
Yes.
That I agree with you. What about a mortgage? Do you have a mortgage?
The bank always send me this to say to buy, but I don't want to be trapped in a lot of cash outflows in UK. Because I want to build. Because what I'm doing, I'm upgrading the farm to bring it to commercial.
I see.
So I started by drilling bores, and I removed those barbed wire fence. I'm now putting diamond fence, and I put solar systems now. There's now solar.
Nice.
I just started with that 3.2 kV. So there's now electricity, and I'm finalizing I'm starting this chicken project as well. But also, I'm also looking into farming because I'm doing a lot of research and I'm in contact with different people. The other point I want to say is when you're trying to do project home, let's not just close our eyes to look. Okay, to say I'm going to do chicken project only. There are a lot of projects that you can do in Zimbabwe.
Like what?
You can interconnect. Okay, I'll give you an example. Right now, from the research that I was doing with other guys that I'm contacting with, I'm in connection with. If you are going to do paprika on its own, paprika, you make millions of money with paprika, right? The only thing that you need to do is to manage your connection. Because paprika in Zimbabwe, yes, you make money, but you can make more money in DRC.
Oh, they love it in DRC.
So, yes.
Right.
So what you can do, this is an idea I can just give paprika. What you can do, okay, maybe you can do maybe 3 hectares of paprika, right? But it's still not enough to be a constant supply.
Yeah. Because once you harvest, you have to wait again,
Yeah. But look at this. Look at this point on the other side. That okay, if I can do 3 hectares, why can't I now become a subcontractor to those around me? Right? I can become a subcontractor. Now they are doing paprika for me because I know where the market is.
So they're working for you now.
I'm saying, Ruwa, can you do me 5 hectares of paprika? So you now have a source where a supplier was buying a buyer was buying everything that you are doing. You get it? So this is something that Zimbabwe we need to be open minded. Let's not just focus on your small farm, but think outside the box.
Awesome.
If I can do 500 chickens, if I get someone who wants maybe 10,000 chickens, why can't I subcontract people around me to do chickens for me?
No. I agree. I agree with you 100%. But you know what? We first have to get through the first hurdle first. Because
definitely.
Yes. But you know what? It's been eye-opening. I've learned a lot from what you've discussed today, and that's really awesome. Thank you very much for your contribution.
You're welcome.
I need to give a few more people here a chance to call as well, and let's hear what they have to say. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and make sure you join the community, okay? And let's keep.
I'm in already.
Fantastic. All right, take care, and thanks a lot.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
All right, bye.
Bye. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, man. Hey, thanks for this platform, man.
No, thank you. Because without you guys, this thing would not even be working.
Nah, I was looking at your profile picture on your profile. When you Zuda, like a bald head and you've got ndevus. It's like you're Oracle now. Mazibaba.
No. It's just, I'm getting bald and I hate the fact that the hair has to grow on the sides and not on the top, So that's what's up.
No. Thanks, Mukoma. But anyway, just the 1 minute call. I've been reading the comments, and some people were suggesting that we have a Zoom call at one point, because I won't lie to you, this has been so therapeutic for me and a few people in your comments. So I don't know, what do you think about that suggestion? And you just put maybe after the call you just put it on your page on what people were discussing and stuff like that, because it's really helping, and people are that through suffer ni kama pain. I'm actually living in UK. I've been staying in UK for like 2 years now. But like someone was saying, the advert which is put in Africa about the UK, we don't really see the UK, which we thought would see. Yeah.
So when you say you are suffering, what I mean, go into detail, because I'm curious to find out what I mean, like what's really happening. How describe that?
Okay, so I won't lie. In my extent, I'm a bit privileged in the sense that I studied it in South Africa. Then I finished my degree in 2010. Then after 2010, I went back to Zimbabwe. I started doing my deal, buying and selling, not buying and selling, but advertising land for someone and selling their land and stuff. So I started making money soon after uni. Then I managed to get a few properties for myself. Like I've got an industrial stand, I've got a plot, and a shop which I actually built in the Zimbabwe, right? So there's I don't send money to Zimbabwe because the shop is covering all those expenses. But then after 2010, I had my girlfriend. During that time, I moved because I was an IT student. And then I love technology. Then I moved back to South Africa. I started working in South Africa. So then, after getting married 3 years ago, it was a serious problem. Like, I don't know, someone mentioned it before about papers in South Africa. I couldn't make it to South Africa. I mean, she couldn't come to South Africa permanently. So we then decided to move to the UK because there was an opportunity. Ninyama COS. We landed in UK. Yes, the first month was okay because we're staying with family, because all my siblings are here anyway. So we're staying with family and settled well. Here comes staying alone. Yeah. Bills started crunching. Okay, first and foremost, we faced a serious problem initially because she got a COS domiciliary. And when she entered in her license, they said she can't drive in UK. I don't know for what reason that time. So I couldn't go to work. We tried to talk to the embassy. The embassy was not responding to say to confirm our documents and stuff like that. So I had to drive, meaning to say I was not going to work for about 4 months. So it was a serious problem at that time. But anyway, to cut why I actually called, I might talk about my story, but what I really actually called for is, of course, you asked me what.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Yeah. But the real reason why I called is, can we have these calls on Zoom?
What would be the advantage of Zoom? Why are you suggesting Zoom? Just out of curiosity.
Okay, so I'm reading your comments. I'm reading your comments, and people are talking about, hey, can't we have this thing that everyone can see each other, like a community that you maybe mentioned before, that we can talk, we can, because I'll be honest, the last time I saw my friend was in December last year, if you get what I'm saying. People who I grew up in the same community who are actually here in UK.
Wow.
But I last saw them last year December. That's the last time I saw my friends.
Because everyone is busy.
Don't have them. Everyone is busy. But we do have this time, this dead time, when we could have been sleeping and stuff like that. But we could talk about things which actually uplift our spirits, uplift okay, Shona, by the way. There's some people who are actually really benefiting, not in the sense of finances, but in the sense of spiritual upliftment, if I would say.
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying because a few people have mentioned this. No, anyway, what you've suggested is cool. I don't think there's a problem with setting up a Zoom call so we can all just have it as a massive, like a massive community. I think that would be cool too. This live stream here, I just tried it out to see if, people would join. And to be honest, I'm actually shocked with the amount of support, even the donations, the comments. I can't even keep up with the comments. Even if I try to glance, I'm getting distracted and so on. So this has been an eye opener for me as well. So I think a Zoom would do, but I need to work out now. I'll be working in the community there to ask, which is the best time to do this and so on and so forth. Because I just thought, let me just put a live show and just put it up there. So it wasn't even planned because I wasn't even sure how many people were coming. But right now I can see there's 212 right now listening, which is huge. So
and it has remained on 200 and something for the past, I don't know how many hours.
I can't even believe that people are engaging like this, on this channel, because when I started it off, it was just me talking about my experience. But I agree with you. I've had a few calls with people who were really encouraging that what I'm doing here is actually very good. So I'm going to continue this because, to be honest with you, as you can see, I don't do it for the money. I actually, been through a lot, even me coming to the UK, and I wouldn't want or wish anyone to go through what I went through or to lose money or whatever, wherever I can help. And that's why I'm doing this. So I think the Zoom thing is a very good idea. I'll make a note of that and make a plan for this on Sunday. Maybe have it a bit earlier on a Sunday and see if we can get a lot of people engaging, for sure.
Yeah, because not taking much of your time. Because what you can actually do is you can continue on your Facebook, like what you're doing, right? But you can share the Zoom page on your Facebook, and people you have the link. Maybe you provide the link on the what you call, I don't know, the comment. I don't know.
Yeah, in the comments box. Yes.
Yeah, people can actually join in the whole thing and as we go, and people can contribute what they have,
Yeah, I know. I think that's a very good idea. Definitely, I'll make it happen for the next week, because at least now it doesn't have to be about my story, because I've learned a lot from people who are contributing, callers and so on. So having this, I think, will be really, really cool. So yes, I take that on board. Yes.
We still want your story, because this is still your story. This is still your story. you're going to talk about this. No, we started. I just did this and this happened.
But in terms of thing, actually when the chickens are ready, that's the question now.
No. It might be a closed chapter that one we're talking about, but we're talking about this life thing which you're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
It can be one of your stories. That's what I'm saying.
Yes. No, I was just joking. No, I agree with you 100%. No, I'll definitely make it happen for next week. I'll make a note of that, and we'll have a Zoom call. I'll make sure I create an account which has unlimited time, because Zoom cuts off at 30 minutes, I think. We'll have an unlimited one, and everyone can join.
All right. No, cool, man. I thank you so much for receiving my call. Yes. Question I want to, but
no. Don't feel like you have to answer it. I mean, it's okay. When you're ready, we can always share stories and so on and so forth. I mean, it's cool. Anyway, thank you very much for your call. And let me try Liz Sibbs. I know this call has been trying to come through for a long time, so let me try and ring it and see.
No.
Yes.
All right. No. Thanks, man.
All right. Take care.
Sure.
Right, Liz Sibbs.
Hello.
Yes, I could see you were calling for quite a while, and you weren't going through. So I thought, you know what? Let me call you back. I was hoping that you would answer. Actually,
we wanted to talk as well, but maybe next time. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm listening on YouTube.
Okay. Are you okay to talk now, or?
Yeah, I don't know if the other guy is finished.
No, it's finished. It's finished. It's.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, I'm okay.
All right. So yes, talk to us. Let's hear your story, or what you want, or what you want to contribute.
Yeah, no, my story. I've been here. I came to the UK in '92. I was quite young.
92.
When I came, yes, I've been here a while.
No, I'm not shocked because of the time, but sometimes for us who came in 2001, we think we are the first ones.
Uh-huh.
So that's why I'm always shocked that anything prior to.
No. When I came, there were people who had already been here since the 70s, actually.
Wow.
So when I came '92, I mean, Zim was good. I'm 92. I had just finished my A-levels like 89.
Mm-hmm.
So when I came to the UK, I came because, I just needed change, being young.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd applied for nursing, got called for interview. So when I came for an interview,
Mm-hmm.
two different institutions to do nursing. Anyway, eventually did my nursing and finished. But what I also wanted to comment was the desire to go home is there. We've done a few investments, which we still need to work on.
Mm-hmm.
Like we've got some a plot, and we've got some residential stand. But I think for time when I came for the time when some of us came here to the UK, it was that time when you would come.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously when I came because I was coming for my nursing interview. But you would come and get to the airport. You didn't need a visa. Then they would give you a visa at the airport at that time.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you could tell them why you're there, at the border. But most of my colleagues and people I knew, even relatives, we had a lot of responsibilities. I mean, I wasn't so bad, but a lot of people I knew, friends, had a lot of responsibilities back at home because of that notion where people say, oh, you've gone to diaspora. People just think there's money here where people pluck money from trees. So then you find, even up to today, a lot of people got into that situation where they were like, I'm never going to go back home. Even though deep down, someone wants to go home. But because whatever money they were making, it had to be stretched so much to we talk about black tax.
Yes, of course.
Because people, there was so much black tax, people could not even do anything for themselves to think to buy a house or a stand. Even that time, the exchange rate, like we're talking in the 90s, even 2000s, early 2000s, the exchange rate was very good. I mean, on and off, it was up and down. But a lot of us could not buy anything for ourselves because either there's some muzukuru who needs to be sent to school, there's siblings who need to go to college, there's because you are here, you are seen like there is money. And even though the money wasn't there, but you felt that obligation to say you have to send your siblings to finish school, to go to college. And for some of my friends and even relatives, they could not even go to college themselves here because they're supporting people back at home. So then you find that people then don't buy anything, don't invest in anything because Maria Chapana, you're just hand to mouth and you have on your budget to put everybody else. So I remember the other young man who was talking and saying there's people who, and I think he was saying people 90s, referring to the 90s, like, but it's not because people did not invest because they did not want or they were not wise, but they had so much black tax and they did not have any money left. Yeah. So then the other thing I also, but thank you for the program. It's insightful and we're learning a lot. But the other thing I wanted to comment on was what the other guy was saying about a lot of families that are coming and how families are breaking up because this place is harsh. I think the England we used to see, even when I came 92, I remember when I got on a train from Gatwick and I was thinking, is this the England? Because it just looked gloomy, the houses looked ugly, and it was not, you had a certain perception. And then you get here, you think, what is this? But then you just plod on and you get on with it. I remember when my first job, I came, I was working making sandwiches because I was starting nursing. I got here like May. I wasn't starting nursing until October. I was working, there was this bakery in somewhere near Croydon in London, Coughlan's Bakery. We were making we were being paid £2.15 an hour. And for us, it was a lot of money.
Yeah,
and
back then, yes.
And for some people, they were making £2.15 an hour and they still had to send money home. So you find for years people working like that and they didn't do anything for themselves. But otherwise, like what the other guy was saying about homes, families breaking up, especially other people who are coming on sponsorship and this. I think one of the things I've observed among some people that I've seen is because this country, there's so much pressure. And also if husband and wife were not working together when they were at home before they left or came on these visas, when you come here, it's not going to work. Like there's no magic, I think, that's going to make your relationship work if it wasn't working at home. And also, I know he mentioned to say some women now because they're making more money and this. I don't know if it's also because I have friends who I went to school with.
Yes.
Like science students. I remember one of my friends, she was terrible at English. You gave her physics, math, chemistry. She was like an A student. But people like that, they got married and then the husband would be like, you're not going to work. So then when I think that's still the situation today, where some women are in those situations where now when they find this opportunity that they come here, then they feel like liberated. I know there is some negativity to it, but it's coming from somewhere where traditionally
there's some sort of like an oppression sort of situation.
Yes, although it's one of those things that people don't want to talk about. Because then you hear a lot if you go on the forum, people will be like, hey, Maure, hey, this. But it's not like, I'm not defending anybody doing anything, but for most of these women, they're not even doing any extramarital relationships. They're just happy to have a paycheck, money they can control, not having every day to say to someone, can we have money for tomatoes? We don't have onions. We don't have salt.
But don't you think
you've been scolded or whatever?
But don't you think
so
that
it's a shame, really? But
but don't you think that also? When you women are working, I have. By the way, this is not my experience. I'm just thinking out loud here. That when you are working, you feel like, you know what? I've got my own money now. I don't need to answer to anyone. Don't you think that that's the feeling that you have sometimes?
I don't know. I'll speak for myself personally. I've never been in that place. Maybe because of the dynamics of the relationship I'm in with my husband. But I think there's like what I was telling you, where the woman always has to ask even for salt money, for tomatoes, for personal hygiene things, and then so now when they get the chance to say, so maybe that's where it comes from, where they feel now it's my money, I can do what I want to do with it. I don't know. Whereas the in society at home at large, I mean, I know families are different, but at large, at home, women were expected to be, asking for everything. And so once they get that break, I think that's where things. So I think people need to just have healthy relationships from the start, and then we won't have all these issues. Yeah, and also I think we also need to empower our young girls in a healthy way, so that they don't feel like they're enslaved in their relationship. And then because I think that's where also these problems will come up when suddenly they feel like, you know how you send a child to boarding school, they feel like, oh, freedom, or they go to university far away. Like here you'll be living in London and your child will be like, I'm going to Scotland to university. And you think,
Scotland,
like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I think it's one of those things. But I mean, people need to just pray for their relationships, really. Diaspora is tough on marriages. People have to work at, everybody, but otherwise...
No, carry on.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, otherwise we're all... I don't want to retire here in this country either.
Even though you've been here for a very long time.
I've been here for a long time, and sometimes I feel like trapped in this place because I could be, if I could be home, I'll be home yesterday.
Right.
But sometimes you find like the bills, everything. And talking of mortgages, we have a mortgage, but we're thankful that our mortgage hasn't got much left, such that we've got good equity in it that we want to, to take out and do our project at home. But, for different people, things are different, of which ours we've had it for a long time, 20 years now down the road. But you still feel like trapped in this place. I think it's a society where it's designed for you to just work. Whatever money you have is taken away. If you do extra hours, like I was telling my husband the other day, I'm like, do you realize the moment you pass by £1, your salary, you're no longer in the 20% tax bracket. You've already gone into 40 by £1. So it's the system. You take so much national insurance, this, and you're left with nothing.
But you know what? When I talk about this, sometimes I'm not saying the majority. I mean, it'd be unfair to say majority of people don't agree with me. But I try to understand those that don't agree with me if we are living in the same country, because to me these bills are just crazy. They are so crazy.
It's crazy.
It's unbelievable.
No, I don't know whether it's because some people are in denial because you've told yourself that I've made it, I've come to the UK or whatever diaspora it is. Maybe some people are in denial. I don't know. I'm just thinking that you know it yourself. I'm struggling, but you are in denial. You're thinking, no, I can't admit that. I'm struggling because it's crazy. You pay the council tax every year is going up. Electricity, water, gas. And some people at home are surprised when you tell them, oh, we have to pay council tax, we have to pay for gas, we have to pay for water, for electricity.
Exactly.
And they're like, oh, you pay those. And I'm thinking, did you think we'll get them for free?
And you know what?
So that's the other wrong perception.
Yes. No, I agree with you. We have a comment here saying, I'm 40 years now. I can't take a mortgage now. I'll be 60 plus years by the time I pay it off, meaning that I'll be continuously working. I mean, these are the realities, when you really think about it.
These are the realities we're living. Yeah, this is the real life. And when you have children, that paycheck, it doesn't stretch. So at least it's good we're talking about these things, encouraging one another. Let's do those projects at home. I know there's people who say, I'll never go back to Zimbabwe. It's their choice.
Yeah. I mean, of course, anyone who says, I'll never go to Zimbabwe, of course, it's their choice and it's fine. And we're not in any way looking down upon those who are saying no.
Prescribing or anything.
No. It's just a discussion, because sometimes, people get a spark of an idea coming from these discussions. Like, for example, me personally, me personally today, when the earlier gentleman was saying, he has his farm going on and he's doing the broilers. He started off with Ivans. To me, that's an eye opener. Yeah. Not that I'm going to Ivans per se, but to say, see that it's working.
It's working.
It gives hope.
Working. Even the guy was talking about the chilies, because people are doing the African best eye chili. It's big thing. They're not even meeting the demand. Like one of the groups I'm in, they were saying they needed 400,000 tons that month. They didn't even have 20. And so they were saying, and tell others, let's do this. And the good thing with that, it's not like if you're contracted. If you decide to do a quarter, an acre is up to you. If you decide to do a hectare, it's up to you. Because at the end of the day, you're buying the everything yourself. And then they just give you agronomy advice. But there's things to do out there. It's just we have to work at them. Yes.
And also sometimes we forget, like me personally, when I talk about farming, I just went in, no experience, It's just the passion. Because me personally, how this Ruwa organic thing started.
I was seeing it from the start.
Yes. Because I like street food, where the chicken is is barbecued and all of that. And the chicken I was eating, the first week in Zimbabwe had no taste,
No taste.
And I was saying to myself, what's the problem? And I realized that they add these antibiotics and everything. That's how I started making my own, raising my own chickens. But you still find that, the reason why they use these antibiotics, of course, is for profit purposes. But still, they can't even meet the demand.
Yeah.
So clearly, there's an opportunity there, Clearly, there's an opportunity there.
The opportunities are there. Like that other person who called in was saying, people will tell you, there's no market for this. I mean, just go into Sainsbury's or Tesco's here or Asda or Morrison's, and you see there's so many brands of the same cornflakes cereal or granola. If there was no demand, why are all those companies making those things? It's the same. You have to look at it that way at home. There will always be somebody who want to buy, your product. Yeah, like you're saying, it's also about how you market your things. And,
of course.
And then you're good to go. Yeah.
No, it's eye-opening having these conversations because, like I said, we can't know everything. So sometimes to hear it from someone else, it's a good thing. And I like to have these conversations in a way which is productive and with a lot of respect. Not like pointing fingers and then, shouting at each other. It's unnecessary. It's not even very mature. That's why in most cases...
I know because that's why some forums or talks like that, I don't get in there because if people were there to uplift each other, to teach other, because like you're saying, you can't know everything.
Yes.
Someone will come up with something that you didn't know, and you'll be like, I didn't know that. And, it's about teaching each other. Yeah.
Exactly. No, I agree with you a lot. So, thank you very much for your contribution. I really appreciate it. I'm really getting tired now.
Thank you very much.
But you know what? There's still 197 people watching.
That's great. Thank you so much.
No, thank you for your contribution.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Right. There was another call, which was about to... Okay, let me call back and see if it's available.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, not too bad, brother.
Awesome.
I love your channel.
Yes.
This is Jenny to you. Yeah.
No, I'm glad you love it, and thanks for your support. Like I always say to without you guys, this channel will be non-existent. So you're part of the the whole community. So thank you too.
Well, it's all good, brother. It's so funny when I listen to your your videos, a lot of things relate to me because I moved with my family in 2021 to Zimbabwe. Actually, my wife is Chinese. I've got two mixed children. Yeah, and we made this decision to move back to Zim with loads of energy. We're going to change how things work in Zim. We're going to, we come with all that. We come with all that enthusiasm. Yeah, you guys, and then you realize your gardener can crook you, with your kindness, and, we had to learn the hard way,
Yes.
And so when I heard your story, when you spoke about how, the builders messed up with the bricks and they used cheap materials and stuff like that there, in fact, there's a few videos I posted. In fact, I have it on my SD card. And it was one incident where the incubator, and I nicely spoke to to our maid, and I said, listen, there's a problem with this incubator. When the zesta goes and they use solar, it has a problem where it overheats with the solar. So once you hear that beep, please turn it off, because once the zesta comes back on, you can turn it back on, and the eggs will still survive. It will still work.
Yeah.
So one day, and mind you, this was day 16 or something like that day. And I had all these eggs, I built them up with 24 eggs, close to the day. And I see this lady sitting down on the sofa, nice, and hearing the beep. Just listen to the beep like it was a radio show.
Wow. And yet you had given her instructions.
And when I opened that incubator, I had boiled eggs, man. Boiled eggs, brother.
Wow.
I had a lot of eggs, and I actually threw them. I took them out and I threw them. I smashed them, and I said, listen. And I made a video statement when I said, listen, Zimbabwe has to change. This thing of we have to take accountability.
Correct.
And I think it's this thing of where you hire contractors, you hire builders, you hire plumbers. They destroy a job, and they still want to ask for your money.
Exactly.
They still want their 100% money. And they're not shy. They break something and they'll be saying, listen, can I have my money? So listening to your videos, really resonates. And I was going to ask you, what are you doing around your circle to change that? I was quite curious to hear what are you doing to change that mentality around the people around you, and are you able to change that?
Right. That's a very, very good question. The mentality of people is like a disease, okay? And that disease is so deep in the DNA that it's very difficult to get rid of. How many times I speak to people? In fact, now that you've asked me that question, there's a few guys that do these contract jobs and stuff like that. So sometimes I say to them, look, young man, do you know that if you do a very good job for me and you do it for 10 other people, if my friends ask me where I got my job done or who did my job, it's easy for me to say, oh, John did my job and he did a fantastic job. And you are going to get word of mouth. In marketing, word of mouth is the best marketing, right? Yeah. So if you have 10 people, can you imagine? You've already created like a database of people at any time who are going to be calling you for work. And if you do a good job for 10 more people, now you have 20, right? Now imagine if you have 50 people that you've done a very good job for. This is what I asked. This is what I tell them. You are going to have an abundance of jobs, right? But if you do 10 bad jobs, you're in trouble because no one wants to see you again. But this simple concept, they don't get it. Why? Because they want to make a quick buck with you today, spend the money over the weekend, and then move on to the next guy. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't really understand why it's important to just do a good job and be honest. And that to me is heartbreaking. So right now, even the guys at the farm, I even sat down with them. I had countless meetings with them. I said to them, guys, I am willing to build houses for you here if you do a good job, I don't mind paying your fees, like the local fees. How much is it? I mean, school fees. It's cheap. It's not like a private school. I'm willing to do that as to uplift the guys who are working for me. Do you see what I mean? Because this happened to my dad. My dad, where my dad was working, we managed to get a very good education, right? So that's the concept that I have. If I have guys working for me, they're trustworthy, they take care of my property when I'm not there and so on, then, we can go far. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Bro, when you speak like this, you're talking to yourself. Trust me, this is 3 years of trying to, to just make them understand where I'm coming from. 3 years.
Yeah.
And right now, I can tell you from all those people, I don't even have one I can trust. I can't even trust one of them. So it's very difficult. But I'm not saying this to say there is no people out there that are trustworthy. I'll continue looking, and eventually we'll just have to do a situation where, you know what? This is just business, You come here, you work, I pay you for your hours, and it's done. I put my CCTVs, I've got my dogs. After work, you don't come here. Simple. I think that's where we are heading to now.
But do you somehow blame social media? Because I've always asked myself this question. I've got grandparents and uncles that have had a gardener for, say, 10 years, 20 years. I made that's worked for 20, 30 years. And I feel like, do you think it's the new generation of, they think quick money is the best way? Understand? So because for someone to be settled and being young and watching social media, do you think that's part of the influence where for them it's about that quick buck and they don't think about the future? Do you feel like we need more influencers from Africa that actually show the hustle and not just the 5% of splashing a couple of thousand in a club or buying a new car? Do you feel like that's one of the things that's lacking? Is that role model? Because you can be a gardener and the next 10 years with a good game plan and working with a good mentor like you, where they can learn something from you, they can become a millionaire in the next 10, 15 years.
Absolutely.
But do you feel like we need more mentors?
I agree with you 100%. First of all, I want to touch on the social media. When I was in Zim, I thought, someone sent me something on TikTok, right? So I thought, you know what, let me just check this video on TikTok. So TikTok opened a quick account for me. I just went through the stages, opened up a quick account. I was shocked I didn't even know TikTok had these groups where these youngsters discuss in there sometimes explicit stuff. I was shocked. Right?
Yeah.
Because growing up in my time, this stuff wasn't there, right? So there's that, right? And then 2, social media itself is giving people access to the wrong information about life and money. So they see someone who has a nice car and he can talk and he's splashing money. That's the guy they want to aspire to be. Do you see what I mean? So that becomes the role model, and that's what they are seeing, because around them, there's no one really talking about the right way of doing things. Do you see what I mean? So that's not there. So we have that problem, right? And then on the other hand, we also have these youngsters now who there is no accountability. It's all about having fun. And I'm talking about this from experience. I've had guys, they come fix my car, very talented guys. They fix my car and I say, okay, guys, you've done this very good job. Come tomorrow, right? And this could be maybe a Saturday. You give them the money today. Tomorrow they'll have a very serious hangover. And then you're thinking, wow, I've just paid these guys $100 or $200. They're finished. They're looking for the next thing. So it's very, very difficult. So it's on 2 parts. There's no mentors. That's number 1. Number 2, social media is giving them access to information which is not even fruitful, which is not even beneficial. Do you see what I mean? So even someone like me and you step in now and try to say, hey, but this is the path. It's like, who are you? Because you're trying to live a basic standard lifestyle, which is not flashy. So do you know that people thought I was deported because of just my lifestyle when I'm back in Zim? They're saying no. There's no way you have come from the UK and you're so chilled. You know, you don't even have the brands. You know, you don't even have a nice car. You know, you're not splashing money.
Yeah.
There's no way you've been in the UK for that long. You know, so they'll ignore you and move on to the guys who have better influence.
I agree with you.
Yes. And the influence
I
is
100%
money.
agree with you.
Sorry?
Yeah. I 100% agree with you. And I think we have to, I was talking to my good friend, Dave, yesterday. And there's one thing that he said to me, and it hit me hard. And he said, Africa needs therapy. All Africans need therapy. And when I thought about that, it made sense because we've been brainwashed and we have been taught that this is what success is having a nice car, GD6, blah, blah, blah. And the thing is that a lot of these guys that you see with big cars, they go home and they sit in the dark. They haven't even put a solar system in the house. They haven't even put a boho. They are bathing in a bucket, but they're driving a D4D.
you know
they're driving a D4D.
Do you know why I'm laughing? I know a guy. I know a guy in my neighborhood. He has an X5, but he's renting.
Yeah.
How does it even make sense?
You see now.
He's renting, but he has an X5. BMW X5. It's ridiculous. So the concept of money and the concept of life, you know, it has been eroded. So on one hand, there's also this blame culture, you know. Now, they will say, things are not working because the country's in a bad state. It's the government. Do you see what I mean? So the moment you start taking that route, okay, then there's no accountability for you, for your own actions.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? So you can have a girl prostituting there. No, life is difficult. That's why she's a prostitute. Do you see what I mean? So it's like you can't even debate further past that. So it's very hard to have these type of conversations where, you know, you can sort of like have an understanding, and sometimes they even get emotional. You don't even understand anything. You're in the UK for 25 years. Shut up. And then what do you say from that? I have family members, where I'm selling chickens, right? It seems like crazy. I'm selling chickens and I'm not even shy, right? You tell them, guys, come and help me at the farm. I can pay you. Since you want money, you're asking for money. I can give you a bit of money. They don't even want to work. They want the money. Do you see the mentality there?
Yeah.
I would run for that opportunity to say, you know what? I'm given an opportunity to work at the farm. I can get my own experience. Maybe tomorrow I can have my own 10 chickens here and start raising them. No. They want money. And if you don't give them the money, you become the enemy. Do you see what I mean?
You become an enemy.
We are supposed to be family.
Absolutely.
We're supposed to be helping each other. You know, what sort of family is this? You are the chosen one in the family. You're supposed to be taking care of everyone. So it becomes this guilt thing where everyone is just sitting.
Yeah.
You know, I can give you countless examples of the situation where you just almost give up. And then these guys have kids. What are they teaching the kids?
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
Wow.
It's so scary.
Yeah.
It's so scary.
Yeah.
And these guys all are on WhatsApp. They have social media. They have money for data to watch all this stupidness that's happening on social media.
Yeah, it's crazy. Can I ask you a question? Do you know where I am right now?
No.
I'm in London. Okay. I'm in London right now. Okay. I was in Zimbabwe. I left my family behind, right? Do you know where I'm living right now? I'm living in my car.
What?
As a sacrifice. 100%, yes. I'm living in my car. Not because I can't afford to rent a house.
No. I get that. I get that. No. Go ahead.
I'm living in my car because I thought to myself, if I leave my family behind in Zimbabwe and I'm paying rent there and I'm paying rent here, what am I living in the UK for? So I decided that instead of putting money into my landlord's pocket, let me pay my car insurance and my road tax, and I'll live in my car. And I've been doing this. You understand? And I ran through 2 jobs, and this is something that these are the sacrifices that you have to make, you know. And And one day, when things work out the way you want it to work, these young men will look at you driving a comfortable car, not flashy, a comfortable car, and think, wow, look at that guy, he's lucky. But actually, this is my journey right now, living in my car.
So tell me, I mean, I understand the sacrifice you're doing, right? My question is, what's your plan? Like, how long have you been doing this, and what's the plan? Because obviously you're not doing this and you don't have a goal at the end of it.
Yeah. So we actually bought 2 stands in Zim. So the idea was to pay off the stands with my rent money that I was supposedly meant to be paying over my rent I was supposedly paying to my landlord. We're using that money to pay off the land that I bought in Masvingo. So we bought 2 pieces of land in Masvingo. So I had to do a calculation, because when I came to, the reason why I came to the UK in the first place was because of the try and errors. We made so much mistakes. We put a lot of money, just like what you mentioned, into projects, and just to figure out that you've been crooked, just to figure out that people have stolen, just to figure out that people are broken. You understand? Even with your car, we've taken our car 10 times to get fixed for the same problem, and these repetitive problems made me having to spend my savings and I had to come back to the UK. So I was renting, and I was also renting a house in Masvingo. And then I realized, wait a minute, I only have about 200, 300 after I pay all my bills. And then something has to give.
Exactly.
So I watched a few videos, and then people do that quite a lot in America. And I saw some guys that saved within 5 years tens and tens of thousands. And I just thought to myself, you know what, actually, I'm just going to be a soldier and decide to move into my car and pay off my land through living in my car. I'll be coming to Zimbabwe next week, and I'm able to come to Zimbabwe for 1 full month because I don't have to worry about rent in the UK. So those are one of the things that I had to calculate. I have to make this moment count.
Wow.
I haven't been to Zimbabwe. I've left my family in 2022, and I'm not here with them. So I thought to myself, I'm going to be by myself in the UK. Why am I sleeping in a full bed, in a full bedroom by myself, and having to work and then keep £400 at the end of the month? No, I might as well move into my car and pay off all those things I need to do. And then we're also starting up a sideline business in Zim as well, right now as we speak. So it's not so we are investing, but we are also able to pay off a lot of things freely because of this.
You know what? I want to say something to you. Yeah. This is the first time I've heard of this. No, I'm not saying I haven't heard of van life, but just your story, it just, gave me chills and emotion. You know why? Because I know how difficult it can be here. And for you to do what you're doing, I'm not saying it's a wrong thing or I'm looking down upon you, but I'm just saying the sacrifice that you're doing, bro, you're on the next level. And you are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. That sacrifice right there is next level. Wow.
Thank you, my brother.
And I want to say... Go ahead.
I just want to ask one question. What has kept you strong in Zim? Because I know you have lost money. You've gone through the ups and downs. You can come to the UK if you wanted to. You know how things work. So what is actually what is the key points? And what is your, what has kept you grounded still in Zim?
Right. Okay. That's a very, very good question.
Yeah.
I'm what, 45 now? So you see,
you look young, by the way.
Sorry?
I would never have thought you 40. I would not have thought you 45, my brother.
No, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
So what made me really continue to push on despite the setbacks is the fact that I've really looked at life in the UK and life in Zim. Bro, I've worked in the UK. Okay, I'm not gonna joke around and try to sugarcoat how life has been for me. here. It's been tough. From being let down by so many people, and just the work was just crazy. So right now, as we speak, I've got a permanent back problem, you know. If I don't work out, my back just goes crazy, right? So when I start evaluating and I start looking at, okay, my first sacrifice was my kids. There was no way I was going to go back to Zim and afford the children to go to even a decent primary school. Now, I'm not talking about private schools, because schools in Zim are okay, you know. I couldn't go back. So I was stuck here. Do you see what I mean? Now, having been stuck here, like I said earlier on, I'm not sure when you joined the call, I got to year 20 in the UK, right? Having invested every little penny in the kids, in their education, because my wife was homeschooling, right? So I had nothing left money-wise. Nothing. Okay? So when I had my breakthrough, it has always been a dream to retire in Zimbabwe. When I had my breakthrough during COVID, my company made quite a bit of money. That's when I said, you know what? This is the time. We sat down with my wife and I said, okay, what's the deal here? Do you buy your favorite car? Do we go for a mortgage? What's up? And luckily, me and my wife, we were on the same page. We said Zim is where we're going to go. So with me now, partly it's emotional, but I have no way I can say Zim hasn't worked for me. I'm going to continue in the UK. Doing what? With all these bills. I mean, I can't. Council tax, electricity, gas, in transport,
like
even the food.
Now.
Huh?
Yeah, you got units now. So if you're driving a car, an old car that's probably diesel or something, you're going to get charged £12 a day.
There you go.
Because it's diesel.
There you go.
Yeah.
So it's very, very, very difficult for me to even have a plan B. That's why I have to make this happen. Do you understand? I'm talking do or die situation. Because retire in the UK, how? I mean, just think about it. How?
Impossible. You know, I've got a friend that owns 2 properties right now. He bought 2 properties, and he's from Nigeria. He's really becoming to Zim as well with me. He's doing very well, 6-figure income, everything. But now he's crying because he's got 2 houses. He can't. If he sells the other, is one of his flats, he loses money. If he rents that house, profit-wise, it's about £300 after profit because of the taxes that are hitting him. You know, so he's in a very big dilemma. Now he's trying to Airbnb the house. Another thing, fees that are hitting him. So typically, even for people who are six-figure earners are suffering because the time when they try to do a side hustle to get them out of their job as a 6-figure income earner, they get hit by taxes that does not make sense and it's uninviting to start a business. So I totally agree with you. And, you know, I'm coming to Zim, like I said, it'd be really great for us to actually link up.
No, absolutely.
You know,
absolutely.
I was got a channel to be nice. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you've got my number now. Join the community, Ruwa Organic as well. Just remind me of the call and send me your name. These are the sort of connections that we need to have with like-minded people. You know, I bet you people would laugh at you if you told them that you're living in a van. Do you see what I mean? Or in your car.
You see.
But they don't understand. But they don't understand your mindset, because it's all about mindset. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I came out to the news in Zimbabwe. I came out of the Zimbabwean YouTuber's news. He does some news reports. I typed in my name and I saw that I was on a broadcast in Zimbabwean news about as a homeless guy in London living in a car.
And what were the comments? And what were the comments like? Tell me.
That's a lie. Impossible. You're lying. I actually said no, my friend. People thought that it was unreal, but it actually is real, and
wow.
it is real, and it is real. And like I said, I'm not worried about what people think. Steve Harvey lived in his car. You know, there's many people that lived in the car, and today they're successful. So it's not a big problem. But for me, it's that
you've got sacrifices.
What I promised myself. sacrifices have to be done for sure. I mean, I've got a YouTube channel, and I've broadcasted it on my YouTube channel that I am homeless, and I do live in my car, and it's something that I will look down to one day, and I hope my children and my wife will reap the rewards of the sacrifice. That's my prayer.
You know what, bro, and I pray for you as well. You know what? Add your video. I mean, your YouTube channel. I'll definitely talk about it. I'll make a dedicated video and talk about it. And people need to hear these stories, bro. I'm telling you.
So much love, my brother. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Right now, I'm actually facing my 24-hour gym. That's why I actually go shower at my 24-hour gym. 24-hour gym. That's my. They must wonder, this guy is dedicated. He comes in the morning and he comes in the evening. He's a very big gym. I'm only going to shower.
Nah, you know what? Now you see, now that you've told me this, I don't actually think it's a sacrifice. You're a really smart guy.
Yeah,
you're a really smart guy, because we have people right now in the UK, right, driving cars, expensive cars, thinking they're living the life. With what plan?
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? And then we have you now with this strategy. Trust me, if I didn't have my family here, I'll be doing the same thing. This is a very good idea.
Exactly, man. Yeah, but I don't take it back. I made this decision last year, June, and it's been through a year, and I've managed to pay off a lot of things that I never would have been able to pay off if I was paying rent in the UK. I really thank God for this decision. I'm not going to lie, I've seen fights outside the car park. I first started off in Stratford car park. I've seen fights happen in the car park while I'm in the car, and I'm praying to God, please don't let someone get stabbed, because I'll be locked in this car park with tape everywhere me, and I just have to hide and duck. It has happened, I've heard people break up in the car and all those things, but these are the things that one day I will tell my grandchildren, and thank you so much for the call, my brother. I really appreciate it.
I really appreciate
what
it.
you are doing. You are the voice for a lot of people in Zimbabwe, because I have friends that have moved from the UK to Zimbabwe, and what you are teaching people is exactly what is actually happening. And, it's amazing, because when you are talking, we all can relate to this. I have come back from Zimbabwe to the UK because of being crooked, because of the mistakes, because of people who think you're from the UK and they find ways to take money from your pocket. We go to Zimbabwe with an open heart to help people, and people just see you as a stupid person.
Actually, you know what? Pause right there. I just had another idea. How about we have a podcast? Okay, where we talk about your story, because I don't think people will watch 3 hours of this and then get to this part, because I think this is fantastic. Let's have a podcast, okay? Drop me your YouTube channel. In fact, put it in the channel, because people are asking for your YouTube channel, okay? Drop it in the channel.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Drop it in the channel, and then send it to me in on WhatsApp, because you need to also remind me the story, because I've got so many people that called today. I won't know which number it is, okay? So,
okay, my brother, I will do that.
Yeah, just give me your name, remind me of the conversation, and then let's arrange for a podcast. I mean, just you and me talking, okay? And then we'll make it a dedicated video. How about that?
Let's do that, my brother.
Let's make it happen. Okay, bro. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to your message. Okay.
Okay, my brother, 100%.
Fantastic.
Okay,
take care, man. Cheers.
Bye, brother.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, my brother. Bye.
Right. Wow, this is getting very exciting now. And there's 2 people that called me here. I'm going to try and see if I can get through. Hopefully they haven't given up on me. And by the way, there was a donation I didn't talk about here. Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad. Could you just give me a second? Just stay on the line. Don't go away. There's a donation here from Mukadzi Chaiye. Thank you so much for the donation. Really, really appreciate it. I knew I was missing something. And yes, I forgot to give you a shout out. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Okay. I'm back over to you. Yes.
Hey. Okay, so I want to start off by saying I love what you're doing. I love your mindset. I'm also of the same mindset. So my Tembi, I go by Thames on TikTok. I moved to Zimbabwe spontaneously 2023, and then I had to come back because I didn't have the right documents. It's a long story. But I want to touch up on what you guys were speaking about with the previous caller, about changing the mindset. I think when I went to Zimbabwe, it changed my perspective so much, because I was so used to hearing, oh, Zim is terrible, Zim is bad, A, B, C, D. And I thought it was hell, like this is prior to me going.
Right.
And then when I got there, I realized that all my days, it's not as bad. And in actuality, in fact, I think people have become complacent in Zimbabwe. And in a way, not saying the government's not bad, but in a way, I feel like it's being used as an excuse for their own failures. With shame. And like you said as well, I liked what you said, that, when you're in Zim, and you're living this normal life, and they were like, you can't be from the UK, ABCD. Same here. When I went to Zim, I went to the rural areas. I was staying in Kumosha, and honestly, I remember my cousin saying, because I was asking them, same like you, oh, come and help me, ABCD. And they're like, no, you can't do farming, and stuff like that. So I can really relate to that. And I think, like you said, it's like a disease, because even on Reddit, when I was coming from Zim, I was so passionate, and I was like, I've got this idea. I think if we do joint ventures, because, on the British government website, you can get a farmer's license.
Yes.
Import. Yeah. So I was thinking, with my group of friends and stuff, we can do this thing as a joint thing, buy land together. Because I think the other thing that we sleep on is collaboration.
Yes.
Collaboration is important, right? So I was like, we're going to do that. So I had this enthusiasm, I was so passionate about it, but unfortunately, I still feel like that, and I will be going to Zim this year at some point. However, though, the negativity, sometimes it's very discouraging, because it's like you feel for your people, but the work ethic is not there.
Exactly.
And, someone will be complaining. For me, it's like you can't... Everyone has a responsibility to make Zimbabwe better.
Absolutely.
Sometimes we give the government... Sometimes I feel like we give the government too much power. For example, I remember I was in a car. I got in the taxi because I didn't want to drive in Zim. The driving is crazy.
Yes.
So I got in a taxi, and this guy had loaded us inside. I think there were 12 of us inside, and he was speeding. While he was speeding, was there complaining about the government, ABCD. And I'm like, how can you do that? What about you? You're speeding, and you've got so many people in the car. And is that even his car? Because as a business, this thing of overpacking people.
Yes.
The car is not going to have much longevity.
Yes.
And it's going to price more petrol even. So you're losing out on money. But then they don't care because they're not the owners. That's why I would never advise anyone to go into taxi business in Zim. Never.
Now, you see what you've just touched on there. Unfortunately, we don't like to face this reality, because you find that someone in the UK with a decent job will never drink and drive. You know why? Because if they are caught, then and you have a criminal record, they lose their job. But that same person, right, can be on Twitter, can be a keyboard warrior, right? But when they go to Zimbabwe on Christmas time or whatever it is, they drink driving. But they're the same people who are saying Zimbabwe is lawless. Do you see what I mean?
Yep.
Do you see how crazy that is? You say Zimbabwe is lawless, but you are putting so much pressure on the country itself, right? By drink driving, and then you have an accident, and then guess what? The hospitals are bad. But you are putting people in a situation where the hospitals are bad, and you're doing something that's even more crazy. So So I feel like, and again, like you said, I'm not saying the government is perfect. As a matter of fact, from me being in Zimbabwe 3 years, doing what I'm doing, the government has not knocked on my door and said, hey, what's this, what's that? No, I'm minding my own business. And there's also a group of people that will tell you to make it in Zimbabwe, you have to be connected. These are some of the lies, right, that people say. I'm not saying I want to sell chickens to become the next Ivans. Yeah, maybe at that point I need to be connected. But this basic stuff of survival, what connection? What connection do you need to sell 100 chickens? To be honest.
Or they accuse you for being a plant. I got accused of being a plant. Can
There
you
you
imagine?
go. There you go. So it's very, very, very difficult to have these type of conversations. And to be honest, I'm humbled to see the amount of people interacting on this channel and being positive, because the question is, these voices are not heard. Do you see what I mean? They're not heard because everyone is just quiet, because we're sick and tired of just the negatives. So what do you say? You just keep quiet, you know?
Exactly.
Because the moment you speak, you have to have thick skin. The moment you speak, you get attacked. People start saying crazy things. If someone just agrees with you, they're just coming for you. Do you see what I mean? So you end up saying, you know what? I don't have time for drama. I'm out. But
exactly, it makes you just want to think, oh, you know what? Let me focus on myself. But because you know that this thing is a mindset thing, it's like you want to help, but then it's like, it just takes courage. And I just love what you're doing. Honestly, I feel like there's a change, right? There's an impact that's been created, and that's good.
Yeah, no, I know. I thank you so much as well for your support. Hopefully, we can create a community of like-minded people, and hopefully, it won't be infiltrated by people who want to come in and start scamming and doing all that kind of stuff. I'm just hoping that doesn't happen, because I mean, it's always a good thing to have people who are like-minded. It's a breath of fresh air, because sometimes, you know, even as someone who has goals, or you're an entrepreneur, it can be very lonely, because you are there and you know if you make a mistake and you're done, there's no food on the table, or that bill is not being paid. It's not easy. That's why most people just prefer to just go for a job. And this retirement thing, imagine you mess it up and that's it. It's also scary. So having that support network where we help each other out and have some sort of a community, I think this will be something that is very awesome. You know, but having said that as well, I mean, I'm not saying let's not hear the other views. No. Let's discuss the views. But you know what? In a good way, in a way that is respectful. I think that is where we'll get somewhere.
Yeah, I just feel like it's bad everywhere globally, and there's a massive power shift taking place. Each to their own. You know, if people want to stay here, stay here. If you want to come here, come here. But personally, for me, and you know what, I want to challenge the idea of I have to move to Zim when I'm retiring. I'm only 29. I'm going to be 30 next month. So I want to go while I'm still this young at the same time. So that's it. And then if I fail as well, like, you know, like, I like what you guys were saying before with the previous caller, that, you know, not to care, and it's a mindset thing. Because I'm one of those people that if I fail, I've had businesses before and they've failed. I'm not ashamed to come back and be like, oh, by the way, I failed. And I love that about you, by the way. I feel like that just shows strength. You don't care about, you're running your own race.
Yes.
You don't care about what others think, because that's a form of enslavement as well. Caring about what others think, you know, living for societal standards, driving Bismax, when you know that, you know, we're all under a similar tax bracket in the UK. Even if you're a doctor, even if you're a cleaner, it's a similar tax bracket. So I don't know who people are fooling, you know? Exactly.
As long as we don't fall for these fancy things, I think we'll be good, because we just have to be responsible with our monies, and just stay positive and not get affected by the negative energy, because the negative energy will really break you. You know, it will definitely break you, and I think we'll be great. You know, I'll do my best to make sure that this channel is continues on, and it continues to, and I'll continue making content as well. And yes, and I also appreciate your support. And make sure that you're on Ruwa Organic as well, so that we can continue these conversations over there, on a day-to-day basis as well.
Oh, thank you so much. It's been lovely.
Nah, thank you for your call. Thank you for your call.
Thanks.
Cheers. Bye-bye. All right. I think I have time for 2 more calls, and then I have to call it a night. All right. Let's see if the caller is going to answer. Hello?
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 Hello.
Hi.
Hey. Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. I've been listening to your shows, and I'm particularly quite interested in the projects that you've been doing around poultry.
Mm-hmm.
And my interest is mainly because I've been working in the poultry industry for some years now across Europe and Africa.
Wow.
And I would, when you have time, maybe we should engage each other and share some ideas and provide you some insights from my experience in the sector.
Wow. I would definitely love that. I mean, in fact, you know what, before I even forget, can you remind me of this conversation and then send me your name as well, so we can continue this, maybe even over a podcast, or if you are not for that, we can have a call off the live show, but try and share as much as you can here so people can hear it as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think I prefer we talk bilaterally. I'm a bit of a camera shy guy.
Okay.
And also because of the nature of the work that I do. I prefer that we talk. But I've got quite a lot of experience in terms of economics of poultry, broiler production.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that I could add a lot of some insights on how to get things going. Because I've visited farms that are producing 1 million chickens to farms that are producing, 60 birds. So, I think there are some insights that we can share and help you grow.
Now you know what, you've definitely got my attention now. So tell me something. Are you Zimbabwean?
Yeah, I'm Zimbabwean. Yeah.
Right. So first of all, my question is, when people say, I mean, you've done some research in Zimbabwe, right, about poultry?
Yeah. What do you mean research?
No, I mean, like, have you worked with some companies in Zimbabwe as well, in your experience?
Not really. Most of my work has not been in Zimbabwe, actually.
Okay, great. So,
but I've worked in countries where the poultry sector is much less developed than Zimbabwe.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what?
There are countries.
I don't want to interrupt you. Can you please carry on and just give us more of these the insights? I'm really interested. I'm up now, because I was going to say, you know what, I'm feeling sleepy.
The poultry sector is quite interesting because there are countries, for example, like Ghana, where the sector is basically driven by imports, where the country is like 70% reliant on imports that are coming from Brazil and from the US. And these in this kind of a country, for example, the sector is less developed compared to Zimbabwe in terms of the kind of technology, the slaughterhouse, the hatchery systems. Then you have countries like South Africa that are much more advanced, that are quite comparable to the big producers like the US and Brazil in terms of technology and the kind of houses. Then you have other countries that are in between, like Senegal, where they are big investments and the sector is still quite local in terms of the kind of technology that they have, but it's quite growing. So these experiences, that's the African experience. Then if you go to the European experience, it's quite homogeneous in countries like Germany, Finland, Spain. So I have experience in these kind of systems, and especially from the economics, because I'm more of an economist, so a livestock economist. So the where the bottlenecks are in terms of getting it right, economics. That's where most of my work is. And looking at the value chain and these kind of things, yeah.
Good. So let's talk about the economics of it. So where are the actual bottlenecks? I mean, where is the problem, really?
So it depends. So I look at a country, for example, so a sector, then I also look at the farm. So it depends what your question is on. Are you talking about the farm or you're talking about the sector?
I'm talking about the sector, the whole sector itself.
Yeah, so the whole sector. So if you look at like countries, so for example, I gave you Ghana, which is quite reliant on imports. There are two main issues. So the first issue is high cost of inputs. So if you're talking about inputs, we're talking about two key issues. So the feed and the chicks. So if you look at the chicks, if you start with the chicks, for example, you know that Ghana is importing day-old chicks from the Netherlands, from Europe. So chicks are flown from Netherlands in KLM in the cargo plane, and they're delivered in Accra, for example. Yeah. Yes. So brings up the cost of production, and this is because of issues related to quality of chicks that are locally hatched. So there are issues of hatchery, which is quite big. So if you have issues in getting your hatcheries producing high quality chicks, and everything is connected. So if you've got a low quality chick, that means it eats more feed for it to grow.
Yes.
It has stunted growth. So the quality and this pushes up. So if the chick is poor quality, that means it cannot digest the feed nicely with stunted growth, and this pushes your feed cost, which is the other part of the cost, yeah. And if you're looking at feed in most African countries, the most important component is the maize for the carbohydrates, and maybe
soya
beans for the protein. So if you are a country that can produce these two things, like for example South Africa or Brazil or the US, then you are really competitive.
Okay. You know what? You're not the first person to talk about Brazil in terms of these broiler chickens. So what makes Brazil very big in producing this poultry? I mean, these broilers. What's their advantage?
So in economic terms, it's the competitive advantage. So Brazil has a good mix of things, yeah? So Brazil has got, if most of the production is in southern Brazil, so we've got good weather, yeah? So for example, compared here in Europe, our barns are enclosed barns. The chickens are produced in closed barns with regulated temperature and all these things, which pushes up the cost of production. So in Brazil, in good weather, they can produce their chickens in structures that are not so automated, that like shades that allow air to flow, they've got natural air ventilation. And also Brazil is big on production of soya and maize. So they have the feed covered.
So they have everything, the weather, they also have the raw materials. So pretty much, they tick all the boxes. Right. Okay. That's a very good point. Yes. I like that.
So when you're looking at the big players, you're talking about Brazil and the US, they can produce maize like this. So they have then a much lower cost of production. Much lower compared to most countries in the world, because they've got affordable feed and they have technology basically. So for example, Brazil has got one of the, if you Google the biggest poultry companies in the world, you find that in Brazil. They're big players.
Okay. So my next question for you is, when it comes to the parent stock for these broilers, is it easy to get, or is there some sort of requirement that's needed for you to have the parent stock for you to then produce the chicks? What happens there?
Yeah, so if you say it's easy, it depends with the country. It depends with the country. There are countries where they do so. For example, in Senegal, one of the reasons why the poultry sector is growing well is because they have a lot of investments in hatcheries, and they are importing the parent stock, and then they are having their own eggs. They are basically having their own hatchery industry.
Wow. And that's Senegal.
But also another thing about know-how, about the technical know-how, the parent stock it's much harder to rear.
Why is that?
What you call the husbandry practices.
Yes.
I wouldn't say it's much harder, but I mean you just have to have better husbandry practices.
To make sure they don't die and they don't get diseases. So you have to be on top of it.
You just have to be on top of it. Then in terms of imports and regulations, these are things that normally they're not complicated. You just have to tick the box, for you to import.
So in the case of, let's say, Zimbabwe, why is it we only have one company, Ivan's, that's doing the chicks? Why can't we have other companies doing the chicks? I don't get it.
I mean, I cannot comment on Zimbabwe because I haven't done a lot of work there. But I would guess that it's an issue of capacity, and that the genetics, they are not coming from different. There are not so many genetics when you're looking at broiler production. For example, you've got Ross, you've got Cobb, and there are not so many. You basically are importing from a few countries if you are importing the genetics.
Right. No. You know what you're talking about, because the broilers, I think it's only about 3 companies, or like you're saying 2. Yes. Is it what's the other one that starts with L? Is it Longhorn or something? I'm forgetting the other one.
Yes, there are not a number of companies. So if you're a big company like Ivan's, I assume you already have contracts with these companies, and it's easier for you to establish, right? But I mean, these are all my assumptions.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's say I'm able to let's say produce a lot of chickens. Will there be a market for me to export to these countries that you've worked in?
So for example, if you're a big market which is close to Zimbabwe would be the DRC, for example. That's a big importer. Ghana is a big importer. But you should remember that you are then competing with chicken from the US, from Europe, and from Brazil. So you have to be competitive. You have to produce the chickens, because then it's about the price. And to be very competitive, I mean, to be competitive with the Brazilian meat, you have to be at least be competitive with the South African meat, because the South African industry is really also quite developed.
Yeah, it's quite advanced, definitely.
Yeah, it's quite advanced. So then it's an issue of what is the cost of production, per kilo of meat that you are able to do. So the more you're competitive, the more you can export.
Wow.
It's not just that you can produce meat, because meat is there all over the world. There are exporters all over the world, but you have to be producing it at a competitive price.
That's very interesting.
And also to come back, when I was talking about these imports, to just come back, the majority of the imports, they are what we call cut pieces, So, for example, if you're looking at the European market, the typical European consumer prefers to consume chicken breast meat, That means the thighs, the wings, they have to go somewhere.
Right.
So these, you find they're exported to others. So, for example, the Chinese market has got a big preference for chicken feet. So you find that most of the exports of chicken feet, they go to China because there's a demand for it. So when I say you're competing with imports in Ghana, for example, this is largely imports of chicken pieces.
I wasn't even aware of this.
So you have to have, and another issue which is the challenge in most of the emerging economy, in the developing economies, is the issue of processing. So slaughter facilities, having sophisticated slaughter facilities that are able to to then produce these cut pieces at a low cost. So if you look, for example, in Europe, some slaughter facilities that I've visited, you're talking about investments of more than 80 million.
Wow. Because you can imagine there has to be some sort of automation, There can't be a person, cutting one by one,
Highly automated with robots and, highly automated.
Wow. This is very interesting. So now with your knowledge and everything, are you thinking of going into the chicken industry? I mean, what's your plan from all the knowledge that you've acquired now?
Well, I'm not an old guy. I still have a lot of knowledge to acquire, and and some of the things that I plan to do is to talk to people like you, share my experiences, and I always tell people that farming is a very difficult thing to do. I've talked to a lot of people that are passionate about farming advice, and I've seen so many people get it wrong. Not because they did not do their research work, but farming is not like opening a shoe factory. And putting things in a shoe factory. The things that can go wrong are like, okay, electricity has gone. There are few things that can go wrong. But in farming, you're working with natural elements, the weather and living organisms like chickens. And that makes it quite a risky business. But now there's a lot of science, which mitigates the risk. Once you know what you're doing, which is the science of farming. Yeah.
Right.
So at the moment, I'm not quite, into, getting into the farming part of it. But of course, in the future, this is something that I could do. But at the moment, I'm just eager to, to provide advice and insights on some of the experiences that I have in the sector, especially crunching down the numbers. With the kind of work that we do, I can tell you to the dot.
Wow.
And by just looking at the farm, I can tell you that, okay, your feed is above. When I look at what they call the feed conversion ratio of your chicken, I can already tell you, okay, this is where the problem is. If it's this, then it's probably the quality of the feed or it's the quality of the chick. This is abnormal. Your mortality rate is above. This is the kind of numbers that we are usually working.
So tell me something. If one wanted to make their own feed, would that be a very good idea? Because from what I've heard, a lot of people say, and farmers say, a lot of the profits really go to the feed. So if you are able to create your own feed, then you'll increase your what? Your profits. How true is that?
Okay, so feed costs are for most, when I look at a typical farm anywhere in the world, feed costs are between 60 to 70%.
60 to 70%
of the cost. Yeah.
Wow.
Of the feed cost.
Right.
This is the majority of the cost. Then if we add the cost of day-old chicks, then we are saying about feed and day-old chicks is about 80%. Yeah. So feed is, that's in poultry production, that's the key. So that's the first part. The second part is, as I mentioned, farming is a science.
Yes.
So the person who is making the feed in the industry has a formula.
Correct.
Yeah. So what do I need for carbohydrates? What do I need? Do I need to put some some other micronutrients and blah, blah,
and minerals and everything.
So-
Yes, you're right.
And all these things. And people who study plant, when we invested, we did this when we're talking about animal science and feed, and we actually did calculations. So if you can get that right, it's not rocket science, you know, but you need to get it right. You need to talk to people who have studied this. They can do it. It's not that's what people study in university. It's just like, okay, like for example, yesterday I was talking to my kids and we're talking about making our own ketchup. If we can make our own ketchup, we just have to look for a recipe and find out how you make your own homemade ketchup. It's possible, but you need to know what you're doing.
Yes. The quantities and the ingredients. Yes.
Exactly. And as I said, once you get your maize and your soya, because these two, when I was looking, for example, at diets in West Africa, poultry farms, because some of the farms were actually making their own feed. We're looking at about 60% of the feed was maize. 60% of the feed, was maize. So maize is significant. But some diets, they change. They are depends. They are varied. So, for example, in Europe, I know that they add some wheat into their feed as well, because they also have some wheat. So it depends. The formulas depend, but it's possible. But when also, for example, we're talking about people making their own feed. One of the issues we saw was with aflatoxins. I don't know if you know aflatoxins. These are kind of toxins that can, they affect the quality of maize.
All right.
This is related to, so this is related to how maize is harvested and all these things. And sometimes if you decide to do it yourself, then you have to, do it properly. Otherwise, it shows in the growth rate of the chickens. So poor quality food.
So this can get complicated.
Yeah, everything is connected because it's the science.
Because you know what you're saying actually is true. Because before I came to the UK, just after my A levels, I worked at Agri-Foods. Agri-Foods used to produce stock feed. And there used to be a lot of bags of soya that used to come and maize. And I remember then, because we were training managers at the time, we would take samples from each bag and then it would go and get tested for moisture, different things.
Exactly. Moisture, humidity, and all these things. Yeah, it's very, very important. It's very important because it's a science. This is once you get into farming, you should know that you are now a scientist because it's science.
Wow. This is really amazing. So now tell me something. I've heard that you can actually use moringa to substitute your minerals that you normally get from the lab, right? Your vitamins and all that kind of stuff. Will that be really effective?
Okay, so now that's not my area now.
Okay.
That's something that, people that are working, poultry, what we call poultry scientists, people but what if you look, there's a good journal called the Journal of Poultry Science. You could try to look it up. There could be some evidence there because there are a lot of experiments that have been done with local feed additives and all these things. You can have a look in there.
It's called the Journal of Poultry what?
Journal of Poultry Science.
Right.
You have a look there. Once you get into this Mkoma, you just have to know that you're doing things in a science. So try to read around it, going back. And once you get into it, you start seeing things start improving. You can see, okay, you start knowing, okay, my feed conversion ratio went up because I improved this. Play around it. It's really a science. My days you can tell me cycle. When I look at your cycle, I can see, okay, why are you reaching 42 days? Why are you reaching 50 days? What is the impact on the market? Why can you not reach 35 days, 2 kgs? So, these are all things that are related. Once you see that they're interconnected, it's the same thing with what you just asked me about moringa, yeah? Yes, you can do it, but once trials come out, there will be an implication.
Right.
That's why you have to read around it. What is the implication? Is the implication on the weight? Is the implication on the health? But you have to then read and say, okay, what would be the implication? If there's no negative implication, then that's fine. But you have to really go deep and really research.
You know, there's something I did personally when I had those road runners, right? So I went to the market, the Ruwa market, and one of the ladies said, I heard you're doing chickens and all of that. And I said, yeah, I've got road runners. So one of the ladies said, you know what? If you give your chickens munga, right? I don't know what the English word is. I always confuse munga with sorghum and whatever. But anyway, munga, right? If you give them munga, they will grow and produce very good eggs. And produce more eggs. And I was like, nah, where did you hear that from? So she said, okay, here's 30 kgs, right? If your chickens don't produce eggs, more eggs, after, I forgot how she said how many weeks, maybe 2-3 weeks, then you can keep it. You don't have to pay me for the thing. So I started feeding my road runners the munga, you know. You know what? Within I think about a week and a half, they started producing big eggs and they double yolk. Now, guys, in the comments box, let me know if you've experienced this, because this is something I witnessed myself. And I was like, wow. But of course, I could not carry on because it became very expensive. You can imagine munga. You can't be feeding chickens munga like that, because this munga was used to make it into a powder for sadza, you know. So these are the sort of things which, if one is to put all this together and come up with a formulation, like you said, in a scientific way, this can be something very exciting, you know.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you already know, if you find out I also don't know the English name. Try to look at these journals. There's a lot of stuff that has been done. You'll be surprised. Yeah, just try to look through them and see if you have anything. I also do it, and I have your number now. I will send you a few things to read through. And since you are into these breeds, so scientifically we call them slow growing breeds.
Okay.
My local breeds did not to South Zimbabwe. This like what you're doing. What name did you call them?
We just call them road runners, but they have
a road runner. Yeah. So here, for example, I had a project that we're doing this Totima slow growing breeds. So in Europe, they are usually used for organic production. Yeah, these slow growing breeds, and they are different breeds. For organic farming.
Yes.
So there's also been a lot of research that has been done. That I was looking at when I was looking at this, I was looking at what they call dual purpose breeds.
Yes.
So there are some European countries like Germany and France that have banned the killing of male chicks.
Yes.
So in layer production and so when the chick is a male, it's useless. It used to be shredded.
Correct. That's correct.
So now they've come up with breeds, dual purpose breeds. So these are breeds where if the chick is a male, it is sent for meat, and when it's a female, it's sent for eggs. So we were just looking. So basically, these dual purpose breeds, they are neither. So why? Okay, I digress a bit. Why is broiler chicken the most efficient breed for meat? Because there have been a lot of trials, a lot of research, which led us to having broiler. So it's the most suited chick for meat production because it gains weight over a short space of time. And so Kanatabudi, we're doing dual purpose. We have now a chicken which is neither for layers and neither for meat, so its performance is in between.
Yes.
Yeah. So then we do the science and see, okay, what we're looking at the economic viability. For you to sell it to the market, how much which price you need to do it, when does you make profit, and all these kind of things. Yeah. So there's a lot. I'm saying this just to say, there's a lot of work that is out there that you can go through and really understand these production systems.
You know what? I'm glad I'm having this conversation with you, because I would like to learn more about this, because I find it fascinating. In fact, there's one guy, Tatenda Magara, saying Munga, it's true. Do you see what I mean? So some of these things are very fascinating, and I would like to get to the bottom of this, because if I can produce feed, because like you said, 70% is a massive
some farms are below 70. I mean, 70% is the maximum. Some are below, maybe 50 something. But what I realize, those that are 50 something, they are cutting corner somewhere, or they are not reporting all the. Because sometimes when we talk to farmers, they give us a price, like, okay, I use this amount of feed, but then they don't factor in, like, especially farms that make their own feed. Sometimes they go with this to the miller, which is Gaio, and there's a price for this, and they forget this. So then they underreport the actual production, the feed cost. But that's why, globally, I always give presentations on global poultry production. You always see that the countries that are able to produce their own feed are the most competitive countries when you're talking about broiler production.
You know what? I've learned something very interesting today. So basically, if you're not producing your own feed, it's very difficult to compete,
As a country, yes.
Yes. Yeah, as a country, yes, of course. Wow. So what's your take?
That's really a bottleneck.
What's your take on the use of steroids? I mean, is this a big thing in this poultry industry? Of course, you don't have to name any countries or companies, but is this use of these steroids a big thing on the market?
Steroids.
I meant to say growth hormones. Sorry, growth hormones.
Like, okay, in most of the countries that I worked in, it's illegal.
Okay. It's illegal, but it does happen.
Okay, so maybe to just give a blanket comment. In most, I don't like the word developed, but I'll use the word developed countries. There's a lot of regulation.
Okay.
Even antibiotics, like, for a veterinary to give an antibiotic, for a farmer to read an antibiotic, you have to write a lot of protocols to antibiotics, and this will be reported in, and the bunch and the slaughterhouse where you take your chickens, they will know that you gave total. So there's a lot of regulations, there's a lot of monitoring. But there are some countries where there are no systems for monitoring. Some years back, I'll not name the country, but we had some farmers that were giving chickens antiviral, AVR, because they thought that it would help their chickens be strong. Can you imagine?
Wow. That's crazy.
Nobody knows what is. So, for example, you are a chicken farmer. You don't know what you're giving your chickens. Who knows what you're giving your chickens?
That's very dangerous. And then,
because you're slaughtering these chickens on your farm and sending them to the market, your chickens are going to the market without any other regulations.
And no inspections.
You see? So my general comment is there are some places where you don't really know what is going on into the market.
Hesh. Yeah.
Then there are some studies that we did, for example, in West Africa, where there are some countries where chickens are sold in the market, right? You go into the market, the chicken in the market, yaka slot, or it will be already slaughtered. And these guys will put those, these chemicals and to preserve. So they will splash a little bit of that onto the meat. I'll send you a paper that we wrote on this.
Oh, kudisa kurumize kushata.
Yeah, so there are places where put summary so that flies will not come and sit on the chickens and put some bit of chemicals in that.
Oh my goodness me!
So the picture that I'm trying to paint is when there are no regulations. I'm going back to the issue you're talking about hormones. You cannot really know, but there are countries where there are very strict regulations.
Yeah,
and, there's monitoring. There are offenses, and there are also incentives. For example, I was in Finland last year with a big poultry conference in Finland. Finland produces zero antibiotic use meat. Their meat, they don't, in the chicken meat, there is 0% antibiotic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
As far as I know, they might be the only country in the world that produces 0%. I mean, the whole country, not just one company.
Wow. Because there's strict regulations there and it has to be done a specific way.
There's regulation and there's incentives, but of course there's an implication, because if you're saying then you've got 0% antibiotic use, that means then you have to follow very strict biosecurity
measures. Exactly. So in that case now, mostly it's automated. You can't just go into that chicken. Yes.
Yeah. So there are implications. But anyway, the main point what I was trying to say is, in some places you never know what's going into the chicken if there are no regulations and standards and monitoring and all these kind of things. And then there are places where you cannot even slaughter a chicken in your backyard. You've lived in England, you know that these things are illegal.
In England you can't even do that kind of stuff. It's a problem.
Yeah, so it all depends, it all depends. But wow. I know that there are a lot of meat. When people are talking about chicken meat which is exported, there are a lot of people, these chickens are big because they are injected, it's not always the reality that there are injections and all these kind of things.
Yeah, but one of the, what I found out myself is the meat, usually the imports, the taste is different, because I've grown my own chickens, right, with just a normal feed. And the taste is totally different. It tastes nice. It smells like chicken. But these other chickens, because of what they are fed, the smell and, it just changes. I'm sure, guys in the comments can agree with me there that they've eaten chicken which does not really taste like really good chicken. But now we go back to, we don't know what it was fed. Some people feed their chickens with pig feed. And you'll find that they grow fast and they have more fat on them, you see. So it just depends. But I agree. It's a very, very interesting and eye-opening conversation with you. And I definitely would like to know more about this so that we can get help to do this. Because sometimes you see us doing what we're doing. We're just winging it, We're just winging it. We don't even know what we're doing. Hoping that it works out. So someone like yourself will be definitely needed, to help us at least not lose so much money while we're doing this chicken thing,
Definitely. I mean, I'm always reachable, and I'm still young enough to not want consultant fees from people. So this is free knowledge that I'm always happy to provide, and learn also from farmers, because it's a two-way stream. The knowledge I get it from farmers that are willing to open their farms to us, so that we understand them. So by me talking to you, I'm also learning quite a lot, because it's through the farms where we get all the knowledge from.
Yeah, and not only that, the information you give me, and of course we'll be in contact. I'll be also giving you feedback. We're both learning, and who knows? Because from what I see from these conversations we're having here, I'm just getting all positive vibes. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a positive guy. I don't know. But I'm getting positive vibes that we are onto something here, where we are building on each other and trying to make a change. Because these conversations, you don't normally get them. People like yourselves. If it wasn't for this, how would I ever known that there's guys out there like you with so much knowledge? There's no way. So I really appreciate the fact that you're willing to share your information with us, here, aspiring farmers, I mean, I highly appreciate it. So, what's your name? I didn't get your name, by the way.
My name I'll give you when we chat.
Okay.
I'm very shy to.
No. I respect that. So what you can do? Can you just text me after this call? Text me your name and then remind me of the conversation, because I've had so many calls come through, and I won't know which is which. Can you do that for me?
I'll definitely do that. And just the last word, Koma, just to take a minute from you.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
This knowledge is not that it's not there. We have quite a lot of experience, but sometimes when you try to talk to people back home, it's always 10,000 chickens and do it. We want money investment. Sometimes atina mari yekuti tipe vanhu kuti to help you with the 10,000 chickens.
Mm-hmm.
And people underestimate getting the knowledge right. It's more about how we want the money for me to do 10,000 chickens.
Mm-hmm.
Then the 10,000 chickens don't work out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good that you're hungry for this experience and knowledge. Sometimes it's even more important than just getting money to do the 10,000 chickens.
Mm-hmm. Because you see, the 10,000 chickens, I mean, I know for a fact it's a lot of money. Just the chicks alone, it's 10,000, because it's $1 each, right? Add the feed to that, and then the expertise that's needed. I mean, it's destined for disaster in most cases. So I rather have the knowledge, build up slowly, experiment, like you said. I like what you said. You have to look at this from a scientific, point of view. Documenting, experimenting, looking at what works, what doesn't work. I love that. So I'm willing to learn, and definitely do drop me your name and just remind me about this conversation. And definitely we need to talk a lot more. I really want to learn more, because trust me, a lot of people that are watching these videos, they are also looking to see how I perform. Am I going to make it? Am I going to reach the finish line? And I can't reach the finish line by myself. It's with people like yourselves, that can help me, because I'm just self-taught. I'm just learning. So I have no knowledge at all. So we need experts like you, to step in and, give us some advice and guidance of what's needed where, and so on. And I really appreciate your help.
Yeah, welcome, Koma. I wish you a good night and all the best.
Okay, thank you so much for your call. It was very eye-opening. Right. Okay, guys, you know what? I am tired. Can you believe we've been doing this for what? 5 hours and 16 minutes. I started at 8:30. I didn't even think we'll get this far, but oh my goodness, this is amazing. So, guys, you know what? I am tired, and what time is it now? I haven't even eaten. Okay, it's 2 a.m. In the UK here. I am super tired, and once again, I'd like to thank every single one of you for hanging out with me. I can see there's still 147 still tuning in. I mean, I could do it till 6 a.m., but guys, you know what? I'm really tired, and just this alone will... has given me, even more ideas of keeping these type of conversations going. And definitely we need to have more of this. Please do give me your ideas, your suggestions and everything on Ruwa Organic. Here's the website, Ruwa Organic. If you have anyone that would like to join the podcast, who has some sort of knowledge about farming and so on, surely you might know, some people here and there who have experience, and they would like to have a conversation with me. Please do direct them to this page, ruwaorganic.com/podcast, and then I would like to interview them so we can all learn and benefit from these conversations, So guys, I would like to say thank you very much for tuning in. I'm really sleepy now. I could have taken a few more calls, but you know what? Let's leave that for next time. Hopefully, next Sunday. Anyway, guys, thank you very much, and have a good night for those of you who are either in Zimbabwe or the UK. I know some of you, it's work tomorrow, but thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Take care and see you again in the next one. Cheers.